p.m. The regular meeting of the governing body for August 31st. We will start with the Pledge of Allegiance led by Councilor Romero-Worth, salute to the New Mexico flag led by Councilor Lee Garcia, invocation and remembrances led by Councilor Chavez. After the invocation, we'll have a chance for remembrances. Thank you.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Good evening, everybody. I want to speak personally tonight, take some time to acknowledge some challenges I have faced over the past few months and just the impact that they've had on me, how vulnerable, overwhelmed, and exhausted I have felt because of them. But then I wanted to share how I've connected with individuals around me, acquaintances, colleagues, friends, family, and they're experiencing similar feelings. I came to the conclusion that this world is difficult right now. The world we are living in is very difficult. As an elementary school principal, I relied heavily on a book that I kept on my nightstand. It's titled Grit, The Power of Passion and Perseverance by Angela Duckworth. I picked it up again last week because I needed inspiration, as we often all do, and found a quote that I loved. It reminded me that hardships are part of life, and over the last few years, we all have felt those hardships. Our community has been so strained, and it's important we acknowledge that. I know that we are all still feeling those pressures and have those hurdles to overcome as we continue to navigate life and all it throws at us every single day. I wanted to take time tonight to remind myself, to remind my colleagues, and to remind our community members here today and watching, and I encourage you to remind community members that aren't with us this evening, of the power of grit. It's a word we often don't hear enough. We often need reminding that it exists within all of us. We have it, and we have it more so when we stand united as a community, taking one step after another toward a common goal, toward a common passion. The quote reads, "We all face limits, not just in talent, but in opportunity. But more often than we think, our limits are self-imposed. We try, fail, and conclude we've bumped our heads against the ceiling of possibility. Or maybe after taking just a few steps, we change direction. In either case, we never venture as far as we might have. To be gritty is to keep putting one foot in front of the other. To be gritty is to hold fast to an interesting and purposeful goal. To be gritty is to invest day after week after year in challenging practice. To be gritty is to fall down 7 times and rise 8. I look forward to venturing as far as we can, Santa Fe, in the challenging practice of keeping our city healthy, beautiful, and thriving. And I encourage us to do it together, as that is when we will reach beyond the limits we have unconsciously and unintentionally set for ourselves. Let's be gritty together. I encourage us all to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Are there folks who'd like to mention people to be remembered? Yeah. Councilor Cass.
Thank you, Mayor. Why didn't anybody tell me not to wear mascara? It would have been nice. I would like to remember the life of my grandmother, who passed on Sunday. My grandmother was she was a complex woman. My relationship with her was complex, and over the past few days, or actually even few years as I have been preparing for her death, I have been really reflecting on what it is that I have learned from her. Both the things she did well and the things she could have done better. My grandmother was a public servant. As I have shared with all of you, my grandfather, her husband, had been a city councilor and a mayor in Palm Springs, California. And his wife, my grandmother, She was a public school teacher for many, many, many years, and then eventually served on the school board. And this was a really important tenet within my family, that dedication to public service, that dedication to community, that dedication to doing the hard things. They were both world travelers, and my grandmother, even after my grandfather passed, continued to travel. And I remember having a conversation with her about all the places she's been and will she ever go back. And she said, I would love to go back, but there are too many new places to see. And that incredible sense of adventure, of wanting to see what else is out there, of it's so easy to sit in the familiar, but to really move forward and to look for something new and for new experiences and new insights and how does this change your view of the world? And she did that beautifully. From my grandmother, I also learned that it is hard and we should continually seek to see the best in what others are doing, that we should not be quick to judge that their actions are meant to hurt, that we are all doing the best that we can, and we all fall short, and we will continue to fall short, and that the best way that we can continue to move forward is by picking each other up and moving along and doing the hard things together. So I will be thinking about her tonight. I will be flying out to join my family tomorrow to honor her life. And I am very happy to be with all of you this evening during this hard time. So, thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. We're with you as well, and your family. Others? Counselor Rivera?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. I know the paper did a good job of talking about Steve Arias and his political career. I just wanted to mention him in a different way. I went to school with his kids, Steve and Kim Arias, and his daughter, Kim, married to one of my best friends from high school. And, a couple years ago during COVID, they called me to start playing golf on a regular basis, which we started to do. Though there were about 20 years difference between me and Steve, we became really good friends. There were times where it was just he and I golfing alone, and he talked about his family, his love for his son Steve, who's a very successful baseball coach in Texas, his daughter Kim, who retired from the state, his son-in-law and daughter-in-law, his grandkids, just talked about them all the time. He's a great family man. Talked about his sisters growing up in Santa Fe. Shared with me that they used to own the El Nido restaurant. Talked about his many political adventures, I would say, in Santa Fe. Probably talked to me about a lot of things that maybe a lot of people didn't know about. I often joked with him that he should write a book, and he said it would be way too long, too big to write. Today would have been one of our golf days, and it's probably 30 days ago that we golfed with him last, and he's going to be really missed, and I'm proud to call him a friend. Thank you, Mayor.
Counselor, thank you, too. Any others? Let's take a minute and reflect on the lives of those who we've lost, and then those who are still with us but who are suffering from COVID or other afflictions, and keep them in our prayers as well. Bow our heads. Thank you, everybody. Madam Clerk, can you please call the roll?
Yes. Mayor Weber,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
I am here.
Councilor Chavez,
Here.
Councilor Lee Garcia,
Here.
Councilor Michael Garcia,
Present.
Councilor Lindell, Councilor Rivera,
Here.
Councilor Norworth,
Here.
Councilwoman Villarreal.
Present.
You have a quorum, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. And can I get a motion to approve the agenda unless there are amendments that need to be made at this time?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay. Let's see, Madam Clerk, for the agenda, it's a voice vote. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? The motion carries. The consent agenda, Madam Clerk, there's some things that have been taken off. Can you give all of us the items taken off of consent, please?
Yes, Mayor. We had 3 items removed from the consent agenda tonight. Item L was removed by Counselor Lindell. Item K was removed by Councilwoman Villarreal.
Which one, I'm sorry?
I'm sorry, item K, which is our new procedural rules.
Right,
That was removed by Councilwoman Villarreal.
Gotcha.
And then item L, our street resolution was removed by Councilor Lindell. And then our item M, the resolution supporting legislation for abortion, was removed by Councilor Rivera and Councilor Lee Garcia.
Thank you. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended?
So moved.
Is there a second? I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as amended. Could you please call the roll?
Yes. Councilor Cassett?
Yes.
Councilor Chavez?
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia? Councilor Michael Garcia?
Yes.
Councilor Lindell? Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Merworth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal?
Yes.
Mayor Weber?
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. And now, Madam Clerk, if you could bring item 8A forward for us, please.
Yes, item 8A is a fiscal year 21 audit update. It's presented by Ricky Bejarano, our interim assistant finance director.
Yes, sir, you have the floor.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. With regard to actually both the fiscal year 21 and 22 audits, our contractor is in place. That's Clifton, Larson, Allen, and we had our kickoff meeting Monday the 29th. We have consultants working there, Clifton, Larson, Allen consultants there from all over the country, specializing in each area of the audit. And we're ready to roll. With that, I stand for questions.
Questions from the council for Ricky about the audit and the preparation work that's going on now? Yes, Councilor Garcia, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I believe this question is not for Mr. Bejarano, as I've been told to defer to the Deputy City Manager or the Acting Finance Director. And this is in reference to a question surrounding the contract for Pinion Ventures that I've consistently asked for updates on. So with that being said, we've been 2 months since this contract has ended. There was stipulations outlined in the contract regarding actions to be taken, and I just would like to get an update on where we stand with that, what actions have been done, has this contract been paid out in full, because I mean ultimately if it's been paid out in full and we still don't have the deliverable, raises some concerns for me.
I believe we have, excuse me, Councilor Rivera, I believe we have finished out the contract. We are still, we've received a draft of the report. We've gone through it with the departments to get answers because we feel as though some of the issues have been addressed. So we should have that to you soon, as soon as possible.
Okay, do you know if this contract has been paid out in full?
Yes, it has been.
So we're waiting on the deliverable, but we've already paid for the services.
Yes, and we have the draft, but we do have some updates that we would like to make for the report.
Okay, and given the last update, last time I asked this was about, I think, a month ago, it was still in draft status. Do we have a time frame when it's going to come out of draft and be able to be published and be available to us?
Yes, I would say I would like to have it within the next couple weeks. I did meet with some of the departments to just go over some of the questions that we had that were brought up from the report, because we do feel as though a lot of the issues had been addressed. And so those are what we were waiting on, and so those have been completed
Okay,
last
thank you.
week or so.
Thank you for that. And the reason why I keep asking is because there were certain deliverables that were to provide guidance and recommendations in regards to how we can better our process. And it sounds from like what you're saying is we're fixing some of that, but I'd like to get the
Yeah.
feedback from the person we contracted in regards to what their feedback was.
Of course.
And I just don't want us to be in a position where it's unusable information, where I know we now have a new finance director on board. That can change the whole process in so many senses. And does that make the information in this report irrelevant then? And that's why I keep pressuring,
Of course, yeah.
where's the report? I want to see it, and that way we can see, did we get what we asked for, what we contracted for? On top of that, take that information that was recommended and hopefully implement it, whether it be the fiscal year 21 audit or hopefully fiscal year 22 audit, should it be relevant.
Definitely, and Counselor, I'll let you know that a lot of it will be addressed with our upgrade for the Munis, and that was a lot of what we looked at when we were looking at it. I met with our IT director specifically because we did feel as though the Munis upgrade would address a lot of the concerns. So that was one of the biggest things for us, was we wanted to clarify that, what the upgrade was going to address and what it would not. So.
Okay, thank you. And just so I remember, you said a couple weeks. Does that mean maybe by the next governing body meeting, or?
Yeah, I think that would be a sufficient amount of time. It's hard. I do think so. We do have to. Our next steps are taking the feedback that we've gotten from our departments and reaching out to the contractor. And so I think that's the point that we're at right now.
Okay, thank you. I just want us to be in good shape, just because clock's a ticking for fiscal year 22. It's due in roughly 3 months, and we haven't even finished 21 yet. And this time last year, we had already submitted 20, where we haven't even done that for 21. So I think I've heard in the past we're looking at maybe submitting them both in December. Is that still the current timeline?
That's still the plan, Councilor.
Okay. So we're, in essence, for fiscal year 21, we'll be a year late. We're planning to be at minimum a year late.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Bejarano. No other questions, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Mayor.
Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to be clear about the role of Clifton, Larson, Allen. They are helping us internally do the audit prep work. And can you just confirm that? I think it's been a little bit confusing because they were our auditor. They're not our auditor now. They're coming back to help do the prep, the inside work, for a new auditor.
Mayor Weber, members of the council, that's correct. I don't know that I could add a lot to that, other than that in talking to the evaluation committee, one of the advantages of having them is because they had done the 20 audit, and they could pick up with the material weaknesses and all the other issues that the FY20 audit had.
And we are going to be bringing on very soon, bringing on to get started the actual auditor for the work, and we have been given permission to pursue both FY21 and FY22 together, and as Councilor Garcia just spoke about.
Mayor Weber, members of the council, that's correct. The company is Car Riggs and Ingram, referred to as CRI. They've been approved by the state auditor. We also received permission to do both audits essentially simultaneously, so that the audits get out as quickly as humanly possible. They are scheduled to start October 3rd, of course, subject to the approval of this council this evening. It's one of the items up for approval.
Great. And I just wanted to walk us all through that, and it has been a little bit complicated, and I think it's important that people understand who's doing what, and when we're bringing on the actual auditor and who that auditor is. As you point out, we have that contract in front of us tonight. So again, just want to make sure the public understands the different roles, where we are in the process, and how we're moving forward. So thank you for confirming and providing that information.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Council members, I do want to point out that it's actually two contracts that are up tonight, one for the fiscal year 21 audit and the other for the fiscal year 22 audit. And we received special permission from the Office of the State Auditor, which has helped quite a bit in allowing us to move as quickly as possible at this point.
Yeah, I think that's really important to emphasize. Thank you. I appreciate you being here tonight. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Other questions? Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Madam Clerk, we have another presentation tonight.
That is correct. The item 8B is Culture, History, Art, Reconciliation, and Truth Chart Final Quarterly Update as required by Resolution 2021-6 and 2021-56, and presentation on the final report. Pauline Kamayama, the Director of Santa Fe Arts and Culture Department, is available, as well as our presenters from Artful Life.
I'm not sure, can you check the microphone, please? Make sure it's working well.
Are we on? Oh, sorry. I'll start over.
Thank you.
Mayor Weber, councilors, thank you so much. I'm here with Artful Life and the consultant team and project facilitators who over the past 12 months have led community engagement processes consisting of art activations, listening sessions, dialogue, culture, history series, and other things that you'll hear about tonight. They're here to present their final quarterly report, which will cover the last 3 months, as well as look at a quick overview of the final report and some recommendations. We will be back at another time with you at a longer session with Artful Life to answer questions for that. So again, this will be a presentation only, and with this, I want to thank the Artful Life team for their work and being just doing their best to reach as many folks to get input across the broad community, and they're here to present their final report and introduce their team. So I'll hand it over to Janice. Oh, to Val. Valerie.
Thank you, Pauline. Pauline has been our project team liaison for the past 13 months, so we want to thank her for her. We have a weekly meeting, and she's been very helpful and provided us with lots of important guidance. So thank you, Pauline. My name is Valerie Martinez, and I'm a co-director of CHART. I'm here with my other co-director, Janice Garib, and with not all of our team, but the members of our team that could be present tonight. There are 15 of us in all. So Alexis Kaminsky, our evaluator, Kearsley Higgins, our administrative coordinator, Misha McAhern, facilitator, Santiago Sanchez de Lucero, facilitator, Hernan Gomez Chavez, Peter Wynn, and Kenny Pinn. And we thank them in the report, and we thank them from the bottom of our hearts, as well as the other team members who have worked so hard over the last 12 months. So we're here to talk about our fourth quarter activities. So you're familiar with this pyramid, which we've come to show every time that we report to you. And so we are at the top of the pyramid. We had a final event on July 17th. You'll get a little sense of that when we play a short video in a bit. Data analysis, community solutions table, and the drafting and the writing and the revising, endlessly revising of the final report, the design of the final report, its translation into Spanish. And so the last quarter has been less busy in terms of activities and events and very busy in terms of preparing this extensive report which we have delivered to you. So over the course of the chart project, we sort of track everything. Every meeting, every email, every phone call, every event, every art activation. And so we crunch the numbers for you each quarter. As far as we can tell, we have 1,372 unique participants in the chart process. There's some times where we have big events, public events, as we did with Frenchie's Field and with the July 17th family event. So we don't know with those because we don't ask people to register. But as far as we can tell, 1,372 unique participants in the chart project. We've reached out, and that's through newsletters, emails, e-blasts, 37,199 times. 9911 engagements are repeat engagements as far as we can tell, people who have attended more than one chart event or activity. We've had 42 meetings with organizations, and for those of you that have looked at the report, we have an appendix. The first appendix has a list of organizations on our outreach list, and we were able to meet with 42 of those organizations over the course of the project. We've had 181 project team meetings. Sometimes that's the full project team. Sometimes those are working groups. So, for example, there was a working group who worked with Alexis on the Survey 1 results. We had an art activation working group, and so sometimes we were working in smaller groups. We would meet with our high school interns every Wednesday evening. They were involved with outreach at their high schools and otherwise, we loved working with our high school interns. One of them is off to college. Others are busy with their high school activities, but I think those were some of the most fun meetings that we had with our young team members. So these are the activities of CHART, and I won't go through these. They are in the report, and you can see them up on the screen there. And if you have any questions about those, we're happy to take them. We also have sections in the report that talk about all of these activities. So you're most welcome to ask us anything about these.
Thank you. So as we reported in the past on some of the activities, these are some of the activities in the fourth quarter, which Valerie mentioned. Of course, we were very focused on writing the report and kind of completing a lot of the public engagements. We did complete survey number 2 during that period, and we both collected them in English and in Spanish at the Santa Fe Place Mall. We attended the Indigenous Ways Festival and Juneteenth, and also collected surveys there. We did do 2 art activities, one at Pete's Place to talk to our homeless Santa Feans, and also our Family Day on July 17th. Our email list has grown. We're now almost 600 people. We sent out regular newsletters, 8 of them in the fourth quarter, letting people know what's going on. And we're really thankful for those who provided spaces to us in the fourth quarter for doing some of our events and our collection of surveys. We want to show you a short video that we did of our Family Day on July 17th, and it also gives a little bit of a summary at the end so you can see from the very beginning what's been happening. So hopefully the internet is going to work.
Effort to keep our descendants in the foremost of our minds. CHART CHART began its work by asking Santa Feans, how can we become good ancestors to our children, their children, and generations to come in an effort to keep our descendants in the foremost of our minds as we try to build a better future for the city and county of Santa Fe. And so we thought it fitting that our final public event would celebrate Santa Fe's families. On July 17, 2022, CHART welcomed children, youth, adults, and elders to Villa Linda Park for free food and drink and the opportunity to relax, mingle, and play. These are the faces of Santa Fe, today's Santa Fe and the Santa Fe of the future. There were kids' games for all ages, as well as poetry and art making. The arts, the important A in the acronym of CHART, have been an essential part of the project from the beginning. Art is central to community life in Santa Fe, and it encourages us to express who we are and what we imagine. Mariachi Euforia, Lightning Boy hoop dancers, and Wassa Wassa drum and dance engaged the crowd and reminded us of a few of the many cultures that make Santa Fe a beautifully multicultural community. The Santa Fe Desert Chorale led families in the creation of a collaborative song based on words culled from CHART public dialogues on monuments, equity, and belonging. This is what it sounds like when we raise our voices together in song. Guests could visit the Axel Contemporary Mobile Gallery exhibit with artists from the U.S. Southwest and multiple countries, and also view 85 proposals created for the CHART Monumental Dreams and Conversations program. 5 of these proposals, Santa Feans share what or who they value and what they think deserves to be honored in the form of monuments, memorials, and works of art located throughout the city and county. CHART believes that truth, healing, and reconciliation are an integral part of this cycle, and that dedicating ourselves to this process is a sacred trust that we hold on behalf of our descendants. CHART would like to thank the residents of Santa Fe who have participated in a year-long process of public dialogue, conversations, meetings, presentations, interviews, surveys, and other activities that have generated an enormous body of data that reflects the opinions, perspectives, and feelings of the community of Santa Fe. These are the basis for reports with recommendations that will be presented by CHART to the City of Santa Fe governing body at the end of August 2022. Learn more about the CHART Culture, History, Art, Reconciliation, and Truth project at our website, www.chartsantafe.com.
One of the things we certainly recognize as part of the directive to do a cultural history series was that having a couple of talks on Santa Fe history was not going to be nearly enough. So, though not required in our contract, we launched the culture blog, and we had a total of 37 posts, mostly around culture or history. Everything from talking about the Santa Fe Indian School, to some elders in our community, to about food, to the Poe Cultural Center, and also history, the Palace of the Governors, memories of La Fonda, Juneteenth and New Mexico Black history, and so on. That is still up on our website if you'd like to read more. We also published books that have been suggested to us or we had read during the process. So we had 3 different posts with books about Santa Fe history, culture, New Mexico history, and we hope that will continue on with the learning process. We, of course, continued with social media. What you're seeing here are the 3 most popular posts during the period. We didn't do a huge amount of posting because we didn't have a lot of public activities going on. Our post reach over this past year is 28,515 people. We had 1,942 engagements, which meant people responded back to us in some way by either sharing the posts or liking the post or commenting. Although both in Instagram and Facebook, the followers don't seem very impressive in a certain way, the reach is a whole lot more. We do still have the YouTube channel up. We have 10 videos up there. All of our cultural history series are there, plus some of these videos like the one you just saw. Our 10 videos have had 662 views so far, so those will stay up too. So if you haven't seen them, you can go back and look at them. Our website, of course, was our main way of getting information out. We had 7,555 site sessions. That was 4,759 unique visitors. So this is in addition to all of our newsletters and any other way, social media and so on. Most people, of course, are going to our homepage, but the survey, the events, the team, and about were other really popular pages. And of course, right now, the report is probably the most used page at this moment. And the visitors are from all over, from Santa Fe, the rest of New Mexico, the rest of the United States, Europe, and even further afield. Hand it over to Valerie.
So the final report, as you all know, and hopefully everybody in the audience know, is available at the chart website, and it was shared by the city, uploaded last Friday, so it's available to all of you. It is extensive and long, so we are not going to go over everything in it today, but we just want to give you a sense of it and of its sections. There is an introduction which gives a thorough history, brief but thorough history of the chart project for those who want to know from its first mention and to the chart contract. There's a section on methodology or methods, as well as a couple of appendices, I think 3 appendices that talk about the methodology of the project and how we undertook all of its activities and what the philosophy behind it, as well as the practice. One of the most important practices of the chart project was an iterative process, which meant that we learned along the way. We took all of our guidance from the participation of Santa Feans. So our first survey had 3 open-ended questions. It was a qualitative survey which produced just hundreds of pages of information. That first survey told us how to proceed. And so that developed the topics for the dialogues in January, February, and March. We started online because of the pandemic, and we started with in-person activities in March. But there's a whole section on that iterative process and how each stage of the project informed the subsequent stage. We do emphasize small group dialogue in our process. And there's a whole section on the philosophy behind that, as well as the methodology, and that informed our dialogue sessions, how we tracked attendance and demographics, and then the largest part of the report are the results with recommendations. The artwork that you see in the report, we have one of our project team members, Maureen Burdock, who produced 5 beautiful, beautiful images that were based on the results of Survey 2. So they are in the introduction page to each of the sections: culture, history, art, reconciliation, and truth. She wasn't able to join us tonight, but we want to thank her for the beautiful artwork that appears in the report and that helped us guide the other design elements. So just some stats about the report itself. It is 246 pages long, 138 pages of text with 53 figures, graphs, and charts, 108 pages of appendices. the documents were so large that they're in two different documents. For anybody who hasn't had a chance to look at them, you do need to access two large documents. There are 52 recommendations made in the report based on all of the data gathered over the course of the project. And so the 52 recommendations appear in the different sections of the report. So they sort of are matched with the discussion sections. We really encourage people to read the discussions before the recommendations because each explains the data upon which those recommendations are based, and that discussion has survey results, data that we have analyzed in terms of all of the dialogue notes, interview notes, and every other kind of activity is the basis for this report. The report is the voice, the collective voice of Santa Fe, and speaking to all of us, speaking to the governing body. And we spent a lot of time to ensure that those recommendations were based on that data and are informed by, and that's where those recommendations come from. I won't read the sections, but you can read them there, as well as the appendices, which again are all accessible in the report. And now I'll turn it over to Janice, and we're just going to talk briefly about each of the sections.
So the way the report is structured, as you've probably already figured out, is the chart initials, as it were, acronyms. So the first section of the report is on culture, and you can see above the sections within the report, but I'm going to just read a little bit from the report just to give you a little bit taste of, if you haven't already had a chance to read some of the narrative. All of these topics and the issue of intercultural sensitivity came up consistently over the course of the CHART project. Participants spoke about the challenges of cultural change, no matter where it came from. Some harken back to life before the 21st century with nostalgia, as if it were a simpler time. Others address 21st century changes as being rapid and jarring. Others replied that the only constant is change, and feel grateful for new cultural perspectives on old ways of life. Many advise that Santa Feans need to be much more culturally sensitive, culturally tolerant, and culturally inclusive. So the second section, of course, is history. And once again, the category, the subtitles underneath or at the above. So I'll just read the quote here from the report. CHART participants spent 12 months talking about the history of Santa Fe, and their views are as varied and diverse as our multicultural community itself. What is clear from the results of the CHART project is that there is a great desire for a fuller understanding of Ogopoge Santa Fe's history. While we use the term as if there were one true story, it is clear from the participants that the history of this place is manifold. There are multiple parallel and contradictory histories. We differ in our views as to the importance of historical events, even methods of collecting and legitimizing history. We heard some refer to the real history of Santa Fe as beginning with Spanish conquest, confirmed in books and papers. Most emphatically disagree and embrace a history thousands of years before the conquest, told by sun, sky, wind, water, land, earth, and its creatures, and carried down in both orature and literature.
There you see the sections in the art section. Over the course of the CHART project, we heard a lot about art, including monuments, memorials, and works of public art. It is clear that Santa Feans value the arts and their place at the heart of community life. Residents believe that the arts have a unique ability to express diverse identities, cultures, traditions, and perspectives. Citizens see unequal geographical distribution of public art and the funding revenue associated with it in the city and county. Residents believe that the, quote, tricultural myth, end quote, is not reflective of the current population of Santa Fe, marginalizes certain residents, and misrepresents the community.
Some art, particularly in the form of monuments, requires new and considered attention and assessment that includes an inclusive public process. Controversies about monuments, particularly Soldiers' Monument, obelisks, have deeply wounded the Santa Fe community, while also encouraging us to address deeply rooted problems. And the arts have a unique ability to promote truth, healing, and reconciliation. The reconciliation section. Chart participants are largely committed to a process of truth, healing, and reconciliation while recognizing that it is difficult and it must be ongoing and indefinite. They favor a range of approaches to this process with a particular emphasis on respect, educating ourselves about history, multicultural events promoting mutual understanding, collaboration between tribal and governmental agencies, sustained public dialogues, and truth commissions. They acknowledge that, quote, historical truth, end quote, is complicated, and that children, youth, adults, and elders must grapple with complexity and nuance, with multiple perspectives on the truth, no matter how difficult. They affirm that doing this requires the tenacity to stay with difficult conversations about the past, the humility to confront the actions of our ancestors, the courage to accept responsibility for our actions in the present, and the resilience to keep going for the betterment of our community. And lastly, the truth section. It is fitting that truth serves as the concluding section of this final report, though it may appear last in the acronym of CHART and last in this document. We understand the entire as a cycle: truth, culture, history, art, reconciliation, all at once, circular, sequential, spiral. All are important, dynamic, mutually interdependent, and all came up in relation to each other throughout the duration of the project. CHART participants caution that the community is still deeply embedded in the truth-telling part of this process, and that we need to face the realities that are preventing all Santa Feans from thriving. Some of these truths are harsh, painful to acknowledge, and urgent to address. The last pages in the report section of the two documents are an extensive list of thank yous and acknowledgments. Santa Feans are first on that list. Our team is on that list, but we ask you to look at that long list of the many people and organizations who have enabled us to do our work. And we're really grateful for all of them, and we're grateful to you for the opportunity to do this complex and difficult work, but I think ultimately rewarding in that we believe in the wisdom of the voices of Santa Fe, in the collective voice of the community who are speaking to us about their community, and so we're grateful for the opportunity. And Janice and I are happy to take questions.
Thank you.
Or, sorry, I meant to introduce Pauline, sorry.
Thank you.
Great. Mayor Weber and councilors, and we're here to answer or clarify questions for you.
Thank you.
Mayor, I have a question about process.
Okay, can I just, first of all, thank you, and tell you we appreciate your completion and presentation. It's a very big document, as you mentioned, so big it has to be turned into several documents, and it's very thick reading. And I would encourage everybody to take time to read it and then read it again. I've only had time to go through it one time, and I intend to spend more time with it to really grapple with all of it in its fullness. I also want to announce that we have agreed to a September 20th working session for the governing body and with Artful Life participating and helping, so that we'll have ample time as a governing body to really give this report the time it deserves. I think to go into it tonight would be premature. I know I'm not prepared to have a deep discussion. I also know we've got, when it comes time for petitions from the floor, a significant number of people who are going to want to be heard. And that we're already almost at the 6 o'clock time point. So we're essentially an hour away from opening the floor for public comment, petitions from the floor. And again, I've been advised that there will be more than a few people who want to use this opportunity to speak out about the document. So September 20th will be a special meeting devoted only to the chart report. By then, I think everybody will have had time to give it the time, the attention, the reflection that it deserves, and to come to that meeting really well prepared so that the dialogue both within the governing body about next steps and the questions to our Artful Life consultants will be able to be fully explored without any time constraints whatsoever or other business in front of the governing body as we have tonight. So please mark that on your calendars, and the city clerk's office and community engagement team will be making arrangements for that September 20th working session devoted only to the chart final report. With that, Councilor Merriworth, you asked for the floor? No? Okay. Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I really appreciate that we're scheduling additional, at least now one additional meeting. I would think we need one to address each section. The way, at least since I've been on this council, that we've handled our working session meetings, it's been unproductive. We spend an hour getting a presentation, and we spend an hour fighting to talk, and then we end. We have a set start time and a set end time. So if we're going to follow those parameters, then we need to not have an end time. I would strongly advocate for that. I would strongly advocate that we have a working session for each of the sections of this report. And with that being said, I do have questions for tonight. I did come prepared. I know you said you weren't prepared, but I am prepared to ask questions. First, I do want to thank the chart team, the facilitators. The time and effort that went into this was a huge undertaking. So with that, I do want to thank Maureen Burdock, Janice Garib, Hernan Gomez-Chavez, Kersley Higgins, Tintawi, and I apologize if I messed this up, Tintawi, Alexis Kaminsky, Valerie Martinez, Samesha McKernan, Peter Kuang Nguyen, RT, the high school intern, Kenneth Pinn, Trace Rayburn, AR, the high school intern, the late Tomas Romero, Santiago Sanchez y Lucero, MO, the other high school intern, Mark Westberg, also city staff, all the city staff that put in their time, especially Director Kamiyama, the presenters, and most importantly, all of the community members that showed up. We asked for you to show up at the beginning of this process, and folks showed up and participated through the process. And so I want to thank you for taking time out of your schedules for that. With that being said, the first, what I'll do is I'll try to minimize it, given that we'll have future questions, but I think to get prepared for future sessions, there are many questions I have that I need answers to so I can prepare for the next meetings. And so the first question is, there are 52 stated recommendations in this report. Who did the recommendations come from? Were the recommendations on behalf of Artful Life, or were those recommendations from the Community Solutions table?
The recommendations come from the community of Santa Fe. All of the recommendations are based on the data that we collected, the body of data. Again, those include all of the dialogue notes, notes from interviews, every bit of data that we collected, every activity, the 2 surveys. So they are based on that data. The Community Solutions table met in July, and they could decide on which recommendations they wanted to make. What we told them, they received, the Community Solutions Table received 2 binders, 330 pages of information, most of the data that we collected up to July. And they were required to review all of that data and come to their meetings prepared. What we told them is they could make recommendations. They're identified in the report. So in the report, you will see some of the recommendations, say the Community Solutions Table wanted to take up this recommendation, and they did so. What we told them is that if they ever created a recommendation that we didn't think was based on the data that we had collected, we would make that clear in the report, because Artful Life's methodology and way of functioning is that we reflect the voice of the people. That did not happen. The Community Solutions Table was very diligent. They came to the meeting with, I don't know, hundreds of Post-it notes and index cards. They were very, very faithful. They received an honorarium, but the work that they needed to do was a generous contribution in addition to that. So there is no place in the report where we felt that the recommendations of the Community Solutions Table were not based on the data that we had collected. But the Community Solutions Table was free to make, they were free to make whichever recommendations they wanted to.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. And with that being said, I do have some major concerns around the 52 recommendations and how they were developed. I think that question, let's focus on the next meeting, because with all the input provided throughout this entire process and to determine how we selected the 52, I'm very interested in that. Since you brought up the Community Solutions Table and how they were able to determine what they focused on, I'm very disappointed that our resolution was not followed, in the sense that in the chart resolution it stipulated that there would be recommendations provided on statutes and monuments, and that should have been one of the priorities of the Community Solutions Table. They should have not had the opportunity to opt out of that. From what it sounds, that was the decision. They decided not to focus on that, and that shouldn't have been a choice. That is what this whole process was about. That is what the turmoil in our city has been around for the last 2 years. And for us to allow for that to be ignored totally undermines this entire process. I don't know how we regain the public trust after hearing that.
Excuse me, pardon me. Please, we don't boo, we don't clap. You can agree, but please don't demonstrate. It really isn't how we conduct the business, but thank you.
And so,
Counselor, you have the floor.
thank you, Mr. Mayor. And so I guess my next question revolves around the process. In the chart resolution, we outlined a process that stipulated we would have conversations led by rounds. Round one would focus on personal identities and stories. That would set the foundation for our community members to explain and tell their story, so we can learn from each other. We can learn from our pasts. We can learn and grow towards our future. That sets the foundation towards round two, shared dialogue and core values and building. And then we moved on to round three, which was generating solutions and recommendations. That was the process we laid out. Why did we not follow that process?
Councilor Rivera, I would certainly, Garcia, sorry. I would certainly ask you to look at the history that we list in the report of why there are differences between the original resolution and the contract, and why we did the public dialogues the way we did, and why there's a difference between what Albuquerque did, which is, I know, what the original resolution was based upon. Very, very different process, and we outline all that in the, I think it starts as page 6, as Valerie noted, as to why things changed and why we wanted to have, and you wanted to have, very diverse voices of the community. If you look at the Albuquerque process, 51 people made a decision for the entire city. In Santa Fe, the equivalent of that is 7 people. But if you look at how many unique participants, how many engagements, we actually were able to hear from many, many more Santa Feans than Albuquerque was under that process. So I certainly encourage you to read that part of the report as to why it changed and why we did it based on your wish for us to be as inclusive and to go as deeply into the community as we possibly can.
Thank you, Ms. Garib. And so my response to that is twofold. You brought up the Albuquerque process. We've got to remember the Albuquerque process did not move forward because they felt like it was not enough engagement. So I think that's a moot point. The second thing, the reason why I bring up the process of the rounds is, again, it allows us to begin that process of dialogue to share our pasts, to share who we are as individual community members. And when we deter from that, that deters from the process that we as a governing body unanimously sponsored and unanimously approved. It undermines the following of the process in regards to the community solutions table. That the whole intention of the round 1, round 2, round 3 is you ensured that the participants in the community solutions table was engaged and so supportive of the process that they participated in round 1, round 2, round 3, and then they were eligible. So my next question is, how were the participants for the community solutions table selected, given it is my understanding that were 9 participants in the community solutions table. You said there were over 1,000 folks that participated in this process. How did we determine those 9 folks? Can you tell me how we landed on these 9 people?
So if you are familiar with the chart website, there's a description of the community solutions table, how each of the members were chosen, the process of it. Their panelist agreement is included on the chart website. So that's the answer to that. It's very detailed, and that description I turn all of you to. We can bring it up on the screen if you'd like it. It's been on our website for months. Secondly is, I'm confused by your question, because this report and the recommendations are based on thousands of voices. So I'm confused about, who did you want to make the recommendations, Councilor Garcia? Because the recommendations are based on hundreds of voices, people who told their stories. I don't think you attended the dialogue sessions, and I know that it says in the report that you wanted to separate yourselves from that, and that we understand that. But those dialogue sessions, 28 of them, were full of people telling their stories and talking about their emotions and their perspectives and their opinions. And this team behind me took detailed notes of every single one of those stories and perspectives and opinions. And those hundreds of voices are the voices that are the basis for those recommendations. The Community Solutions Table reviewed all of that information, and they didn't disagree with any of the recommendations. They decided to highlight the ones that were the most important ones to them. It doesn't mean that they weren't a part of it. In fact, those Community Solutions Tables members were part of those repeat engagements. One of the requirements was that they consistently engage with the project. And so they were there for many of the dialogues and for the activities and the surveys. This report is based on hundreds of people sharing their stories and perspectives and opinions. So my question to you is, are you quarreling with the recommendations being based on not 9 people's points of view, but hundreds of people's points of view? That's where these come from. They're speaking to us, the community. The Community Solutions Table did their due diligence by reading all of that material and all of the survey results and hundreds of pages of qualitative information from the first survey. And many of the people in this room and watching today, and the 600 people on our mailing list, are the people who participated, and all of them were important to us, every single voice. Today we delivered the material of the project to the city of Santa Fe. So if anyone would like to redo that work and review all of the notes, it is there for you. But our responsibility as a project team was to reflect the data that we collected, hundreds of stories and voices. And I tell you, Councilor Garcia, that we did our work and we did it thoroughly, and those recommendations are based on that information. And I'm passionate with you because that's really important. That's the most important part of this process, is that all of those voices were heard. This is not a report of the voices of the few, nor the loudest voices or the softest voices, of all the voices. And they're speaking to us from their hearts, and they didn't always agree. They often disagreed. But they came to the table, and they filled out surveys, and they came to the events, and they're speaking to us. So my question is that, did you want us to do it differently? And how then do you propose that it would have been done differently? And what kinds of recommendations would have come out of that process that I'm imagining is somehow different for you? That's my question.
First, thank you for the passionate response, and I'm happy to respond to your question. With the language from the resolution that outlined the process, by no means was anybody trying to silence voices. I think the question resolved around, given all the information, as I mentioned earlier, how did we land on the 52 recommendations? That was at the will of Artful Life. By no means am I questioning the work of the facilitators. Again, thank you. Thank you, facilitators. I appreciate the work you did. You're put in a very tough position. But it all comes back to process and structure. The chart resolution that we passed that gave us a path forward. And it states, be it further resolved that a community solutions table be established to include representatives who have participated in all community dialogue sessions. The community solutions table shall suggest, based on a combination of recommendations from session participants at the end of each community dialogue session. That is where our recommendations were to come from, the community solutions table. And for us to say, well, all of this information, well, and we didn't outline that Artful Life or any of the person taking on this work would determine what their recommendations were based off of the feedback from the community. It was the community solutions table that was going to provide their feedback to us based off of the feedback from the community, based off the process we developed, based off the process we all on here, this dais, agreed to. So again, that's my concern, is we outlined the process was not followed. To continue with the community solutions table, last time we got an update, we had a long debate around keeping these folks anonymous. It's been the decision by Artful Life to maintain the anonymity of these 9 individuals. Can you tell me why we're doing that?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, if I may go backwards first so I can address your concerns about the process for the resolution and the actual implementation. We did do the 3 rounds of as specified, but they were done differently. So at the dialogue sessions, you did have an opportunity to do all 3 in the different rounds that were happening. So it didn't happen just 1, 2, and 3 and done. Throughout the dialogue series, there was that opportunity for people to talk and to listen, to share about themselves, and then build upon that. So I did want to address that. And then regarding the community solutions table, I defer to our city attorney.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia. I think Artful Life can answer the question about the motives for not producing the names initially, but they have been produced via NIPRA recently.
Mayor, Councilor Garcia, the reasons that in the beginning that we didn't publish who the Community Solutions Table was, because as you know, this whole process has been extremely contentious. Both our team, ourselves, and members of the Community Solutions Table have experienced threats and verbal abuse and even more job loss, all as being part of the chart process. So as Artful Life, we wanted to keep that information out of the hands of those who would wish to harm the people who are making some of these decisions. As I said, the names are in possession of legal. They're also in, but we've handed over that information also to Pauline without their contact information, because we were asked for their phone numbers, to publish their phone numbers, their email addresses, their physical addresses, and we as Artful Life could not do that because we were concerned for their safety, as we've been concerned for many of our team members who had the same thing, and myself and Valerie as well. So that's why we kept those under wraps.
Understandable. I appreciate that. And sharing PI is unacceptable, and threats against whether it's participants or the facilitators, again, unacceptable. Anybody that wants to partake in that, they deserve to be held accountable. You mentioned somebody lost their job because they participated in CHART. Can you?
Well, I was the first one, actually last August, and another one happened since then as well.
Why did you lose your job?
The state of New Mexico felt it was a conflict with my current job for the state, even though I was about to retire. So they basically constructively dismissed me because of participating in CHART.
Okay. Thank you for that. I'm sorry that you had to undergo that, to go through this community engagement process. The results of the surveys, why are the results not published in the appendices? There's some slides that are shown, but why are not each slide shown? Because, and the reason I ask is there was one question, and this is the biggest question in front of us around the Soldiers Monument. For that particular question, there were outlined percentages because there was, again, pick and chosen questions that were displayed responses to. For that particular question, the responses were then broken into percentages, and those percentages didn't equal up to 114. So me doing my research, I figured, well, I'll just go to the survey to make sure there wasn't a typo, and it wasn't there. So two questions. Why isn't the full survey results produced in the appendices? And two, why is there that discrepancy? Why are we at more than 100% on the results for the questions surrounding how do we move forward with Soldiers Monument?
First thing is every single survey question is addressed in the report except for the demographic section. And many of those are shared. Actually, maybe they're all shared. So every single question in Survey 2 is in the final report. Secondly, the people could choose more than one option. So they may answer, they might have chosen 2 or 3 or 2 for the answer to Soldiers Monument. So they were able to do that. So, but the results are in the materials that we delivered to the city today, and you are most welcome to review those survey results. But every single survey question is in the final report. There wasn't, not one was left out.
Can you point me to the pages? Because I looked through this appendices, that's 110 pages, trying to find the responses provided by the, and usually when there's a survey, the way I get the information back typically is you have the question and then you have the breakdown of the respondents to the question. I didn't see that in the appendices, and if it is there, I apologize, and if you could please point me towards the pages where that's at.
No, the survey results are not in the appendices. They're in the materials that we delivered to the city today with all of the chart materials. But every single question in the survey is in the report, but for obvious reasons, it's placed in context of the discussion. Because Survey 2 was not the whole project. Survey 2 is in addition to all the data that we collected. In fact, every Survey 2 question was based on the data that we collected. So, for example, the 7 options as answers about Soldiers Monument Obelisk came from the data that was collected before that. Survey 2 is just a small part of all the data that was collected. So in the report, every single survey question appears with the discussion and introduction to that question and with a reflection on the data that we collected. If the survey results did not reflect the data, we would say that. If they did reflect the data, we said that. So again, every question is there. But you can look at the survey results, and the city can provide those survey results if you would like to.
Yes, Director Cumming, I definitely would like to see that, so please, I would appreciate that.
I just received it on a huge disk, so allow me some time.
Okay, yeah, no, absolutely. I mean, I completely understand, but I think, again, as we are moving forward with these critical and hard decisions and how to move forward as a city, data is the foundation for making these decisions. That's why we set up the process. And so I definitely would like that we can prepare for these study sessions that are coming up. I guess this is a question for the lead team, because the issues our city has faced, and this goes way beyond 2 years before the removal of the DeVargas statue and the tearing down of the Soldiers Monument. This goes back long before that. And so my question revolves around focusing on history. And we can't have an honest truth without a holistic view of our history. And it seemed like this process had a hyper-focus on the Spanish colonization and the impacts it's had on our community, which I think we can all agree are tremendous. But we're missing another big part of our history, is the American colonization of our territory and our area, which has had a tremendous impact in our community. And so why was that colonization period left out? It's a huge part of our story. And we can't get through this truth. We can't reconcile unless we address the whole picture and not focus on one period of time where what I've seen the impacts on our community is it's pitting our community against each other. That is not the process that we envisioned. That is not the process that our community is happy with. I think, again, why did we leave out that time period?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, thank you so much for that question. We looked at, and I will lean on Janice as well, that in addition to the cultural history series, the culture blog actually shared a diversity of perspectives of truths and histories. And I'll have Janice talk further about that.
But my question is, we had historians that gave presentations, great historians that loved the presentations, but my question is, why didn't we have a historical talk on what happened from 1850 and beyond and the impact when the American government colonized this area and the impact of it? That is huge on our community.
Councilor Garcia, there are mentions of that in the report, including changes in cultural dominance, and that it was not specific to Spanish colonization. It also included later Americans, white Americans coming here, so we did address that. We also, everything here came out of all of our talks, all of the subjects came out of what people wanted to talk about. And what a lot of came up was what we see there in the culture blog or you know, the other pieces of history that we actually talk about or what people wanted to discuss. So we were not shying away from later colonizing periods. I think even in the talk with Valerie Rangel and Rob Martinez, I myself brought up the fact that one side of my family came to this continent in the 1600s as settlers and colonials, and how do we talk about that? I brought that up as a white person, and they obviously have different backgrounds than I do, so took it up in different ways as to what was of concern to them. So we weren't trying to force anybody to talk about something that they didn't want to. I know that Dr. Seth Alo talked about the plaza in terms of how people interact and how it responds, a plaza responds to culture and history and all of that. It wasn't specific to any particular peoples or cultures. I know that Hilario Romero, when he did his journey down the Santa Fe River, talked about all the cultures along. He was not specific, and it was not specifically about Spanish colonization. So there are pieces in there, and people brought that up. Also, if you look in the appendix, beyond the 52 recommendations, we also included in the appendix all of the recommendations directly from people in their own language with their own typos of what they wanted to recommend to you as well. So really there's close to 300 recommendations possibly before you. If you read through those recommendations, you'll find a lot of talk in there about colonization, later colonization, the layers of colonization. People, you know, white people have ruined downtown Santa Fe. There's a lot in there if you take the time to look at that. So we were not trying to keep anybody from talking about the different layers of colonization that have happened here.
Thank you, Ms. Garib. I appreciate that. And I know that I've got a lot more questions, and due to time, I'm going to end here in a minute. But Director Kamiyama, I've got two additional items if we can get prepared as we prepare for these work study session. One is I'd like to differentiate which recommendations were made by the Community Solutions Table, which were made by, whether it was Artful Life, whoever it may be. The second is, in the report it was mentioned that there was engagement with 42 organizations. On the list, there's way more than 42 organizations listed, so I would like to know who are the 42 organizations that were engaged with. And that way I can have a better understanding in those regards. I do want to thank you. This was a huge task. In almost some senses, it was almost unachievable. But I think the biggest part of this task was not achieved, which was coming to solutions regarding our monuments and statues in our community. And this is an issue I brought up during the first quarterly report, that if we ended up at this point without recommendations, we are almost going to be at a place where we're at a point of no return. Folks have already lost faith in this process, which is unfortunate. Folks have lost faith in their city government, which is very unfortunate. I think we need to do everything we can to instill and bring back that trust. And that's where having these critical discussions during these upcoming meetings is very important. As I've said before, our ancestors are watching us. Future generations are waiting on us to make these decisions. And they need us to do what is right. So I ask, as a governing body, as a community, let's make them proud. Let's come together and figure out how we move forward. I do want to leave us with a quote by the great poet Maya Angelou, who said, "History, despite its wrenching pain, cannot be unlived, but if faced with courage, need not to be lived again." And that's why it's important we tell a holistic history. And I think, unfortunately, we're not doing that right now. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor, thank you. And I appreciate your restraint, because I know you have more issues you want to raise, as does every member of the governing body. I think if we each went through our list of questions tonight, we'd have a very, very long meeting, which is exactly why the meeting on the 20th will be so productive and may not be the only meeting. To your earlier point, Councilor Garcia, we may go on among ourselves depending on how we're able to prepare. But what you've suggested tonight, which I think is a very productive approach, is to the extent folks know what their lists of questions are, please get them in soon so that we don't have, there may be repeat questions among each of us. There may be points that can be resolved by referring a question to a specific page or a specific appendix, and we'll be able to have a very, very productive work session on the 20th, both about process and substance, and then about next steps, because I think what we're all looking for is where we go from here to assess the recommendations, to adopt the ones that are completely clear to everyone on the governing body, and to put some of them into a budget in the future so that they're funded. If some may require approaching the state legislature for a legislative change, we can prepare for that and ultimately get to the resolution that we're all looking for. Councilor Rivera, you wanted the floor.
Thank you, Mayor. First, September 20th, we have a Community Health and Safety Task Force meeting that starts at 5:30. And I hope we don't use that time as a stop time for discussion on this. I think it's going to be pretty lengthy, so I hope we allow the proper amount of time to ask our questions and talk about it. So I heard that the contract deviated from the resolution, and just want to know if that did happen and why and how it happened. And you don't have to answer that tonight. I'm sure you'd have to look at this for the city attorney. But you can, on the 20th, let us know what you found out.
And Mayor Weber, Councilor Rivera, the contract incorporates the resolution, so the resolution is part of the contract.
I heard tonight that they deviated from the contract in order to facilitate what they felt was a better process.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Rivera, I'm not aware of that, but if there's a way that that's understood to be true, I would want to know what that is. I'm not aware of it.
I believe I heard that tonight. And then I wanted to ask the city attorney about transparency, which I asked at our last meeting and still hadn't received an answer. These are the public's money, public funds that went to hiring Artful Life, and I asked about why this process couldn't be transparent. I think a lot of my colleagues' questions would not need to be asked if the process was transparent from the beginning. And I know they had reasons for not doing it, just similar as Community Health and Safety Task Force. We had 2 people of color that were on that had fears about things that may happen to them, and we were forced to be transparent. And just wondering why this process, and clearly it should have been a transparent process because we've released information as part of IPRA. Or for an IPRA request. So just not sure why we didn't allow for more transparency with this process.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Rivera, when you say transparency, are you saying Open Meetings Act application?
I'm talking about putting people's names out, letting people be accountable for their comments, for things that they said, for people that were on the community roundtable, all those.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Rivera, the reason I asked that question, because I think the main debate around the Community Health and Safety Task Force was whether the Open Meetings Act would apply, because all of our advisory committees to the city, to the governing body, are subject to the Open Meetings Act generally, except when we created some exceptions for the Community Health and Safety Task Force, and then more recently we created an exception for 100% virtual meetings. The Community Solutions Table was not considered a city advisory committee, so it wasn't subject to those rules. So we didn't have any rules about that issue in particular, of it being an open meeting, if we're making that type of a comparison. So they were not subject to the Open Meetings Act. In terms of the disclosure of the members, there was an IPRA for those members. That was not in the possession of the city at the time the IPRA was made. So we communicated with the contractor and found that they probably were subject to IPRA, despite them being in the possession of the contractor. And then the contractor provided them, and then they were loaded online.
So I assume those can be provided to us, or they're available right now?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Rivera, they are posted on the Next Request software on the city's website.
All right, and then I think I asked at one point whether the obelisk was a federal monument, a state, or a city, and still I don't think I've been very clear about where it resides.
Mayor Weber, Councilor, it resides in the city plaza. I'm not sure. So some of the terminology or terms of art and the terms of art are whether it's registered as a historic property with either the state or national registers. And is that it you're asking about the plaza or the obelisk?
The obelisk.
The obelisk is not listed separately.
So it's the entire plaza?
I would say it is the plaza, and what that is defined as is in the registration for those properties.
And that's a federal registration or a state registration?
There's both a state and federal registration.
Both of them? All right.
Correct. Yep.
So the monument residing on the plaza would then be considered a federal monument?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Rivera, there's really nothing, that's not a term of art. Those words don't have a legal significance, what you just said.
All right, then explain to me how it fits into the being a monument within the plaza boundaries.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Rivera, I'm not sure what you mean by your question.
So Kit Carson is a federal monument.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Rivera, Kit Carson is on federal land.
All right, so you said the plaza was part of the federal registry?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Rivera, that's correct.
So would that not mean that the monument was part of that federal registry?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Rivera, those are very distinct situations. The plaza is not owned by the federal government. The Kit Carson Monument is owned by the federal government.
But the plaza is on the federal registry.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Rivera, that is correct.
But the monument?
The monument is not on the registry.
The monument is not on the registry, but it resides within the plaza boundaries.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Rivera, that is correct. As do many things that were not in the plaza when the registry was submitted.
And then for the city clerk, can we get paper, can you have the printing office make paper copies of this report? It's getting a little tough for my eyes to read it on the little iPad.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Rivera, absolutely. And I would just ask if you all would like to email or universally, does everyone just want a copy? You got it.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Mayor Worth? Go ahead, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. I first just want to start off by thanking the team members and the facilitation team. This was not an easy task. I felt like from the beginning it was trying to fit a square peg in a round hole because you're doing a work of community and trying to fit it into a bureaucratic process. I think a lot of us on the council, when we first approved this chart process, were skeptical about pieces of it, including the solutions table piece, even the steps that my colleague was talking about, round 1, round 2, round 3, because trying to fit a government resolution for a community process doesn't work. Sorry to say, it doesn't work. So you're trying to do something very challenging with something that we haven't addressed historically in Santa Fe. We don't address things in Santa Fe. Government doesn't do a good job addressing it. I mean, even historically, not just this body, but I'm saying, like, these are things that are deeply entrenched and are not solved by one single process. So the chart process to me was a glimpse into some things that people were expressing in the community. I guess my question to try to figure out like what we're going to be doing next, because there were some really interesting things that came out of the recommendations, some stuff that I agreed with, some stuff that I was like, what is that? I don't understand that. So I guess what I'm trying to understand is the application of the results. And is this at the beginning of another process, or is this the end game? And the reason why I say that is it seems like the recommendations that were in there are more for dialogue versus policy making and solutions. So, and they're not bad. There's some things that I think we need to do that could actually develop into some changes with like structure of government, new or implementation of like a diversity and equity office, which I actually have always talked about needing. We actually had one. It was called the Office of Multicultural Affairs back in the days, and there was a lot of good things that came out of that. So I guess what I'm saying is I'm trying to understand, and you don't need to answer this tonight, but when we go through these processes, I'm trying to understand how the recommendations will actually develop into policy making, and how this information will be used is it going to be used for policy making, or is it actually to reform cultural institutions that we all live under? And then the other thing is I'm trying to figure out, CHART is not really going to do the work of government. So what is our role in this? How do we dissect certain things with a process that didn't feel, for some people that didn't feel exactly following the resolution. But even when we talked about the resolution, a lot of us didn't feel like it was, how do you get this done? I mean, even passing the resolution, I know we all passed it. It was unanimously passed. But some of us, I think, were just pondering, like, how does this then become actionable items that we can make decisions on? Not just about monuments, but just about how do we deal with things in the city that we have not dealt with? And it's not just about government services. It's just about, like, how we talk about history and understand it in a way that's not simplified, but that we're acknowledging all aspects that have put us where we are today. And I guess what's hard for me is the one recommendation. It wasn't hard for me. I was actually thinking this. I always think about this. The way we describe the city of Santa Fe for the tourism department is absolutely flawed. I don't know if anyone has read that. I'm sorry to say, it's horrible. It's not who we are. It's the tricultural myth. It doesn't describe any way our history. It simplifies us to the most simplified simple denominator, so that it makes us puts us in boxes, like we're not related to each other, that Hispanos are not related to natives, and Anglos are not related to, and it's so bad. And I just think that one thing is a low-hanging fruit we can change right away. So I appreciate that recommendation that came out of the CHART process. Because the tricultural myth, we're more than that. We're not just one or the other. We're mestizos. We have such a rich and complex history, and we never really talk about it in that way. So I'm hoping that will change the way we describe ourselves, the way we even promote ourselves as a city. So that was encouraging for me. So in the end, I'm just really wanting to understand recommendations and how they then become actionable items for us to make policy on, make decisions on, or is there some other long-term process that we need to establish that's not government-led? Because I don't think that we are the ones that need to do this. I think it's community-led. And I appreciate everybody that was part of this or that's here today with us, because I know it's been hard. I've been in rooms where I feel completely uncomfortable about people trying to tell me what my history is about. That's really uncomfortable. Or posing questions that I don't want to tell people about, because that's my personal story. And so I understand when people come and say, well, that process didn't work for me yet. Yeah, it doesn't. Community processes, especially as it relates to culture, are really hard, and they're uncomfortable. And I just wanted to acknowledge that, all of you that were part of those processes that had to be in situations where you felt uncomfortable. And you didn't agree with people. You know, having conversations with people that you don't agree with, or they don't agree with you, it's challenging. And it's a good thing we have those, because we don't have them enough. We really don't. So I will stop there. I have so many things swirling in my head about all the stuff that came out of this. You know, some things I agreed with, some things I don't. And ultimately having to make decisions that I feel like are community's decisions, not elected official decisions, but I guess we'll have to figure that out when we get there. And then I also want to say that I want to be part of however this working session is going to be, and Councilor Rivera and I are not available on September 20th. It's the official meeting that we have with the Community Health and Safety Task Force. It's already been established, and we have a presentation of people coming from out of state. So I'd rather not us keep that date, or maybe there's an alternative date for us. So thank you all. Thank you all for your work, and everybody that showed up tonight and that is listening now. And I hope you continue to be engaged. This is not one-time thing. This is not a one-time deal, just talking about our culture and then that's it. It's over. I think there's a lot to dissect and heal from, and I can say that personally. I feel like there's a lot to heal from in this, just growing up in Santa Fe, and the challenges and the changes and the things that we don't like and the things that we still love. So thank you all for being here.
Thanks, Councilwoman. The city clerk will figure out a way to come up with a date that works for everybody. I'm glad you flagged that for us, so we don't end up running into other important work. Very important. Councilwoman Romero-Worth.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to echo the thanks that have been directed to the team, the consultants, and in particular the community for their time and their energy in having difficult and courageous conversations, and for listening to one another. And again, I want to thank those of you who are standing behind the podium, and what you've taken on was a huge task. It was a very difficult one, that you have been able to come forward with this report. I think what you've done here is incredible. I encourage the community to take time to read this report, to read it, to reread it, to contemplate it, to read the appendices. I have to say, I've thumbed through it several times. I'm probably 2/3 of the way reading it word for word, and I find myself reading it, and then I get to a point and I go, oh wait, I want to go back and reread something that I've already read, because something that I've just read makes me think about that thing that I already read differently. I really have to say that there's a lot to digest here. I think, you know, you all spoke about the number of recommendations, the number of pages, but when you get into it, there's an awful lot here that you have given us to work with. And so I thank you for that. I thank the community for that. Because honestly, it's like, it's in some ways more than one could imagine. My initial takeaway, and again, I'm still reading and rereading and digesting, and I think Councilwoman Villarreal said this as well, is that the work of equity and inclusion is hard. It requires consistent and ongoing attention, and I think some of your recommendations speak to that. This idea of an Office of Equity and Inclusion, to me, resonated, because one process, one report, one effort isn't going to fix what ails us. And I use the term collaborative reconciliation. I think it takes time. And I'm grateful I'm grateful for the thoughtful recommendations. As to, and I guess I should have said this earlier, you know, you talk about how this process came about in the beginning pages of the report. And I think we have, what we thought initially evolved, and I think what we're being given now helps us evolve more. So we initially thought an appointed commission would be the correct process for addressing the racial and cultural issues in our community. And then we looked more deeply and we found a process for community-based engagement and methodologies to help us begin to build and understand each other and to build an understanding of and between our multicultural communities, which was also identified earlier tonight. We are more than 3 cultures. We are an incredible blend of all kinds of cultures and backgrounds. And so I think this process helped bring some of that out. Now, what we do with it is a great question. How much more process do we want? How many things can we take action on immediately? How many things will take time to build more? Some of these things, I think, are in our control. This council can move on some of these recommendations. Some of these things we can do immediately. Some of these things we may have to wait for a budget cycle. Some of these things, that, to Councilwoman Villarreal's point, are going to be things that we will need to see from the community, from other nonprofits, from other community organizations, from other groups that are in positions to be able to, again, I think this report is valuable to them as well, to the community as a whole, not just to government. So there's a lot here. I look forward to talking about it more. I look forward to taking some action on some things very soon. And again, I really encourage everybody, let's not tear it down, but let's look at the gift we've been given and try to work with it to really help move us forward, bring us together, help us understand each other, help us listen to each other, help us care about each other, and help us represent our whole story. And I hope we'll do that. And I look forward to being part of making that happen. And again, I want to thank you all because this was a really hard job. It was a really big job, even under the best of circumstances, and you didn't always have that. So I just, again, thank you to the team, thank you to our consultants, thank you to the community in particular, for everyone who participated, whether you believed in the process or not. I think what came out of it is very valuable, and we will be using it for a long time. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Cassidy?
Thank you, Mayor. I too just want to start by expressing my gratitude to this team who led this and to the members of our community who really took the opportunity to participate. Councilwoman Villarreal mentioned discussions where we disagree and how hard those are. And I think that as a society, we've gotten worse and worse at that. And so to see this community being willing to come together to disagree, there's a lot of power in disagreement. There really is. If you can do it productively, there is incredible power in disagreement. And being willing to put yourself out there into a place that is uncomfortable, it speaks to a lot to what this community has to offer and what we can really build upon. My colleagues have mentioned a lot of what I was going to say, so given the time, I will not belabor, and I know that we will have a lot more conversation. The one thing that I would really like to emphasize is that I think that it would be short-sighted of us to ever believe that CHART has a period at the end of the sentence. This is an ongoing process, and if we talk about establishing a process, regardless of decisions that are made around current monuments that we are discussing, regardless of discussions around establishing, different processes or departments within the city or different community groups, we will continue as a community to grow and change. And so how do we start to lay the groundwork for making Santa Fe a place that we have the ability to work together through those changes? And honestly, I think that this is a question that we see in almost every single decision that we make at the city. I mean, Midtown, we have this conversation all the time. How do we both honor what Midtown has been and recognize what we want Midtown to become? That is a complicated question. How do we both look at the history of our community and recognize that our community and our world is simply changing? And how do we change as a community, and how do we really row together? Because that is what really makes us stronger. How do we recognize and honor the different histories? I mean, that is so incredibly accurate. There is validity, there is importance, there's really value in all of these different complex stories that make up our community and the stories that we still have not written. And so what I hope that we see, as we really dig through these recommendations, and I think that it's important that we remember that these are recommendations, and in terms of decisions, there will be some decision points that come at us. And there will be some decision points that really come to the community of how do we do this together. And I think that it'll be important to learn the lessons of the CHART process, both what worked and what didn't. I mean, anytime you finish something, you want to say, okay, what did we get right? And what can we build upon? And what are some areas that we would change? Because this is not over. And so I think us taking a very honest and Councilor Chavez mentioned vulnerability, and she always does such a wonderful job of bringing up vulnerability. It's something I appreciate so much of her. But it's a vulnerable place that we have to look and say, okay, where did we hit the mark? Where did we not? And how do we continue to grow from that? I think Councilor Garcia is right. We will be scheduling a work study session, and that will not be the end either. This is really going to be continuous work, and what I hope that we can see is not just some solutions, some decisions being made around some of the challenges that we've seen that really are symptoms of the underlying challenges that we're, the Soldiers Monument, this is a symptom of some of the challenges that we're seeing in our community. And yes, we need to be looking at these symptoms, but also what is the underlying, I don't even want to say disease, but what is the underlying tension? What are the underlying challenges? And how is CHART going to set us up as a community to lay down a process that we can continue to address those, both those that we have inherited, those that we are creating today, and those that our children will continue to grapple with. And I think that's going to be probably a harder nut to crack, if we're really honest, of how are we laying down a line that allows Santa Fe to move forward in a way that I have a lot of faith in this community to do that. And because just look at the passion that has shown up in this room. Look at the passion that has shown up throughout the process. And it's not easy. It's not comfortable. But I do find it very hopeful. So thank you for this report. I've been digging through it, and it is, as Councilor Merworth said, kind of one of those that you want to go back and forth. I will say that it is, while the content is challenging, it's nice to read. Most governmental reports are kind of really dry, but that is something that I would really recommend to the community, that this isn't a dry read. It's beautifully written. And I think written in a way that really starts to, if you're willing to engage with the material, that will make you think. So definitely read this report. I would encourage every member of our community to read this report, to try to, take off your blinders, take off your preconceived notions, and dive in, because there's a lot here, and I think that there's probably some things that can really lay the basis for how our community continues to grow, continues to honor all of the many individuals that make this such an incredible city that we are all so incredibly lucky to be members of. So thank you all again. I look forward to more dialogue, more conversation, both with the team as well as with the community. With all of you that are here, everyone that's listening, everyone that's not listening to this, but who I'm sure we will talk to. It's probably the majority of the city, but that I look forward to speaking with in the future about these important, tough, beautiful challenges of our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Chavez?
Thank you, Mayor. I too wanted to express my gratitude. I also want to thank my colleagues for the words that they've shared, the issues that they've raised, questions they've raised. I had the same. My comment really is around this idea of disagreement. And Councilwoman Villarreal, your vulnerability, speaking of vulnerability, was brave and so touching just now and so admirable. And I think it's the perfect truth to what culture and race means to people and how individually it's defined so differently. And with disagreement, we have to be respectful, and we have to come to educate others of our path through navigating those two very difficult subjects, and also the willingness to listen, because disagreements will not get us anywhere unless they're productive. And I think that sometimes we clump this idea of race and culture and history and forget that there's individuals that have walked paths very differently within those clusters of that definition, right? Within that there's people that have experienced different things because of it. There's people that have experienced different traumas because of it. There's realities that we may think we know that we don't, because it's just such an individual journey. And because of that, if we do not, as a community, come with the intent to be respectful, with the intent to be understanding, we will silence so many individuals because of the vulnerability factor behind their culture, their history, and what they've gone through. We felt tension tonight. I could sense people were uncomfortable. They were put in uncomfortable situations, which, as an educator and someone who is an advocate against trauma, disagrees with. Because I feel like we can approach people and disagree with people without breaking them to the point where they are not able to express themselves. And if we attack, we will silence our community members and we will not get anywhere. And that worries me. It worries me because I have worked with children that are silenced because they've lived a traumatic past and they've been shut down because they have not been welcome. And we're doing that. We tend to sometimes, especially on touchy subjects, do that with each other as adults, as neighbors. We all have to live in this city. We have to respect each other. We have to know that even though we're both, born and raised in Santa Fe, we're Chicanos, we are on different paths and we have different understandings and we have different beliefs. I will educate you on mine. You can educate me on yours. I will listen and learn so that we are not torn anymore. And I have to express the individualization that comes with every path we walk on in regards to our history, in regards to our culture. And I beg the community of Santa Fe, when we disagree, have the empathy for the fact that the person standing in front of you or the people standing in front of you may not have walked that same path and may have a different story. And keep that in your mind, keep that in your heart. Allow yourself to be open to it so we actually get somewhere. Because if we do that as a community, this is just the start to something wonderful. This is just the start to say, like, here's some possibility. Okay, great. We know we're different. We know that we have so many different things that we're bringing to our wonderful city. So how are we going to learn from each other? How are we going to educate one another? How are we going to have productive conversations that first allow us to safely be proud of who we are, safely express who we are, and express what we need to feel welcome in our town, right? And be okay with the disagreement, but the respect. I just have to say the respect because I felt uncomfortable tonight. I felt more uncomfortable because I saw others put in uncomfortable situations. And I don't think that's necessary when we're trying to make a point. I don't think it's necessary when I know my son's watching at home and asking me through text why people seem angry. Because we don't have to get to that point. We love each other. I could see any of you in the community and I will jump if you are in need without knowing who you are, without judging any aspect of what you do, where you come from, what race you define yourself within, what culture. I will be there. So I ask for kindness through this process. Unfortunately, I don't necessarily think it was a great start this evening, but I know we're capable of it. Because I also know if I was outside in need, probably every single one of you would be there. So I just had to make that point, Mayor. We all bring different stories. Let's try hard to listen. Even if we disagree, let's say, I heard you. Now let me tell you my story. And let's see how we could create a Santa Fe that helps both of our stories be well represented. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Lee Garcia? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. First off, I see, reading through a communication that we had, there was some concern about releasing this report early. And I think that might be directed towards city manager and then maybe Artful Life. But the timing of this and coming up to this very beautiful cultural celebration that we have, which is Fiesta. And what are the concerns in regards to the releasing of the report, community safety-wise, I guess you might.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Garcia, thank you for that question. I think we've seen tonight already that there can be some hot tempers around what's in the report, what it stands for, where it goes. And so we had some interest in part in sort of working in a process whereby the governing body could have been given a copy today, and we could have tried to provide another opportunity for Artful Life to come back at a different time and present and have that community conversation. They felt real strongly that they needed to be here tonight, and I commend them for that. And so that's how we moved forward. But it was just about ensuring that we didn't add any extra passion to the strong feelings people have as we head into these really important community celebrations.
Thank you. And I know when you're talking about things that are can be controversial and people are passionate about, obviously we've felt it, we've heard it tonight in this chamber, from questions that are being asked by my colleagues here, as well as people who are answering the questions or giving their dialogue from the presenters. And so, I do have also concerns about certain things, and in lieu of time, I'm not going to go into them completely. But I would be remiss in not stating the fact that, and my hope is that we didn't go through a process that obviously costs us a lot of money, which I always look at the financial aspect of things. But the amount of time and effort that it took for all of you to go through this process, Sometimes when you control the dialogue, you also control the outcome. And I'm not going to discredit the report, but at the same time, I want to make sure that we all get the data that we are requesting. And I'm very happy to hear that we will go forward and continue to talk about this, because it is something that's very, very, very close to so many people in our community, and just listening to the passion that's come out throughout this whole dialogue, even from the get-go. You know, I think we can't miss the mark on this. There's not just one answer. I've always said in my lifetime that change is not an optional event. Change happens. We have to understand that things change, but we also can't remember, we cannot forget where we came from. And it's a question that is so important for everyone to have a seat at the table to come up to the best resolution. And those are my comments. And so, you know, I hope and I pray that coming forth into this next couple of weeks that we don't have any kind of incidents, because we do need to be respectful towards others, but at the same time we also have to be able to speak our mind and say how we feel, because that's how we get things out, and we do talk about things. And I also hope that in the future that as a governing body we are able to work together on resolutions that heal this community. And those are my comments, so thank you.
Thank you, Councilor. I echo your sentiment about the upcoming Fiesta celebration and the importance to our community, and the importance of having the kind of respect and empathy that Councilor Chavez also called for, not only during Fiesta, but throughout the process. So thank you for raising that. Any other comments this time? We will figure out the calendar. We'll get the schedule right. We'll make sure nobody feels or is inconvenienced or interrupted. That's important. We'll also make sure that there's ample time for great discussion and digging into this document thoroughly and thoughtfully, and early preparation if there are specific things that can be gotten to council members ahead of time, a reference to a survey or a questionnaire or a piece of data. Please get that request in as you may already have formulated them, and that way you'll get your material early. Pauline, did you want to say something at the end here?
Yes, Mayor Weber, councilors, thank you so much. If you do have any other questions, though, please, let's coordinate it through the city clerk's office and myself, and I'll make sure we answer that. And invite Valerie for final part. It's not the end, but we will see you back.
Mayor Weber, councilors, thank you very much. We take all that feedback. Just 3 things. We are in conversation with the public library so that they will receive the information, and any member of the public eventually, once they archive the materials, will be able to look at all of the information and the data from the project. So that's the first thing. The second is that we stand by the report. We ask you to read the section on the history of CHART, the resolution, and our contractual obligations, and we believe we have fulfilled those contractual obligations and even gone beyond them. And finally, we encourage people to read the reconciliation part of that report, because Santa Feans demonstrated over and over again that they understand how difficult this is, that they know that it's a challenge, and that they're committed to it. And that section of the report, while acknowledging that we're still in the truth-telling part of this, Santa Feans commit themselves to a long process of truth, healing, and reconciliation. They're not naive about it. They say, as a result of the survey, that it is going to take years and years, and that they're dedicated to the process. So as much as the CHART process raised where people didn't agree, the CHART process also demonstrated people's willingness to sit with each other, to listen to each other, to be open-minded, and to commit themselves to the difficult conversations So while we recognize the challenges and what we've experienced and what others have experienced, we also want you to know that that part of the report tells you what Santa Feans have to say about their commitment to this long-term process that you're all talking about. They're not shy about it, and they're willing to do the work. And that's why we really believe in this report, and we stand by it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think that concludes, Councilor Cassett, you okay? I think that concludes this presentation. It's 7:15. I would entertain a motion to go now to the petitions from the floor, because people have been waiting for their chance to speak, and then we'll come back to the regular order of business after that.
So moved.
Second. We have a motion, we have a second. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on the motion?
I'm sorry, who was the motion? Okay, Councilor Cassett. And the second? Councilor Rivera. Thank you. Yes, Councilor Chavez?
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia?
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia?
Yes.
Councilor Lindell? Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Merworth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal?
Yes.
Councilor Cassett?
Yes.
Mayor Weber?
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. I would ask everyone to not talk in the room, please, so we can move forward with our agenda. If you do need to have a conversation, which I appreciate, just please take it to the outside area. So now we will go to petitions from the floor. We do have a public hearing later tonight, so if your intent is to testify about the public hearing, wait for that time before you testify. If you want to speak to any issue, not just chart, but anything on your mind about what you believe the governing body needs to hear about, please take a place, line up with a chance to come up to the podium and provide us with your name and your comment, and every individual will have an opportunity to speak. And there is a standard 2-minute allocated time. We also, Madam Clerk, I assume we have people on the Zoom as well who want to speak as petitions from the floor. We'll do them after we take care of people in the room. So please step up to the microphone, tell us your name, and we'll give you an opportunity to speak to any issue you want to address.
Also, I'll just note that the timer is up on that screen.
And could I ask one thing based on the last time I spoke? Everybody was going a few seconds over the 2 minutes, and they were letting them talk in here, but it got cut off immediately on the Zoom. So people on the Zoom who were watching that or the YouTube were saying, what were people saying, because it cut off the last 30 seconds or so. If you could just not cut that off, I can understand, and I'll stop at 2 minutes.
Okay, we try to be respectful and fair. It's just sometimes people go a little too long.
I know, I understand. I sat on the school board for a few years.
Well, there you go.
I know.
Thank you, sir.
I'm glad I'm not doing it now. Good job for anybody with too much happiness in their life. But my name is Bob White. I'd like to express my condolences, Councilor Cassett. It's a very tough time. I'm going to try and be as precise. I've already marked up the document, and I plan on sharing that with everybody on the council. I also want to meet with my 2 counselors at their convenience, because I have some concerns more related to my personal interactions with the Artful Life people that I'm not going to go into today. But I don't know whether it was in the drafting of the resolution or the contract, but if you go out in the community today, 1 year out from this, and you ask people, what is CHART? Have you heard about CHART? If they know, they will say, isn't that the thing where they're going to resolve what happens with the obelisk or the monuments? That's going to be your general reaction. Here we are, $250,000, 1 year later, and the 2 choices that were given, I guess Artful Life has left, but the 2 choices that were given were either put the obelisk back up or put something else there. I think that's what we started with. Those were the two options that were there. The other thing, I asked Chart immediately, and then later I emailed the mayor. Before y'all have any discussion on the obelisk, we need to know if it can go back up. It may not be able to go back up. And that study, a structural stability study, has to be done. I'm talking as fast as I can. They made a lot of recommendations that everybody in city government and any organization should already know, should be working on diversity issues. They made a lot of recommendations for education, but as far as I can tell, they don't seem to know that Ranchos de las Golondrinas, which brings 20 to 30,000 school kids every year to try and give them a diverse look at New Mexico history, I don't think they were included. And those are just, at 2 minutes, that's all I can say. But I do hope to speak to my counselors. I personally felt I was shut.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for your comments, and please feel free if you had more written material to submit it.
I have to read this because I can't do it in 2 minutes otherwise. Mayor and councils, it saddens me to inform you that you pay $1,900 per page for this chart report. I fully understand that because you paid over $250,000 for this chart report, that some of you will praise it to its full extent possible. After all, some don't want the taxpayers to know that you squandered the people's tax money. As a participant in the chart, I can tell you it is not at the cutting edge report, but it is a full, non-verified, biased, non-truth, hearsay comments that it's basically what it is. But again, I know in order for you to save face, some of you will haphazardly praise it. Councilors, your approval of this chart project was to assist in deciding the fate of the Soldiers Monument and the De Vargas statue. You are now no closer to accomplishing than before you allocated and wasted $250,000. Over a 2-year period, all that has been done is pass the buck to a later time and more studies and, of course, additional waste of taxpayers' money. You'll probably come up with a new commission or a new office. If you vote to replace the monument with a European-type water fountain, then you will be dishonoring the soldiers who fought and gave their lives to stop slavery here in New Mexico and the entire country. Now, if you do remove it, what are you going to do with the time capsule that is embedded in the pedestal? I have over 2,000 signatures from individuals that want the monument restored, and I can provide that to you. Please do not disregard their voices and only concentrate on this chart, this bogus chart committee that you wasted the taxpayers' money on. People want to know how you will stand up on this historical issue. Now, Mayor and the attorney should have known that those monuments, that monument downtown, it's...
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Could you provide your name for the record, please? Thank you, sir.
Good evening. My name's Elizabeth. Yes, this evening. My name's Elizabeth West, and I am a member of the Old Santa Fe Association. However, I am not, I want to be clear, speaking on their behalf. Although to some degree, several of us on the board and many of our members do kind of agree with what the previous speaker said in relation to the monument. And just for upfront fun stuff, to get my one of my main thoughts out in the beginning here, I personally, as a newcomer, I came in 1966. I'm interested in history, but I grew up in Cambridge, Massachusetts. And so, you know, what do I know? Except I have a viewpoint and I care about this city, and I also would like to see some version of that monument put back up. If it's in crumbling bits, that might be an effective part of it. But I do firmly believe, personally, that that's an important issue. However, even more important is what many of you touched on, the importance of finding a way to get along with each other. And you, as city council members and staff, have an opportunity to role model that for us. And I think there are some heated arguments or heated emotional reactions sometimes, and pretty hefty questioning directed at the folks here who were lined up. Unlike some of you, I did participate. And actually, I'm not going to go into any personal details, but a couple of people who I had really strong disagreements with have become friends. Now I'm kind of fun, and I'm willing to work on it. And I'm a grandmother, and I have an ex-husband who I'm taking care of. So I'm kind of weird. And I remember when Adrian Bustamante said, when I did a little book about Santa Fe, and I said, well, I'm a newcomer. He said, you came in 1966.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor, councilors. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I have a lot of things to say, but I'm going to reserve my time for Dr. Pauline Anaya, who's got even more important things to say. And thank you all very much for your comments.
Sir, could you provide your name for the record, please?
Yes, Elmer Maestas. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Just needed to get it into the record. Yes, your turn.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and councilors. My name is Dr. Pauline Anaya, and I'm here as a participant citizen of the chart process. Like many Santa Feans here, we're descendants of the century-old indigenous Spanish population who gave life and treasure here to establish a civil society for human prosperity. You received our collective written critique of the chart experience a couple of days ago. It was a process called the estimate technique, or a Delphi technique, that is shaped by critical race theory and is used widely. Therefore, chart was not a democratic process as claimed, or was our experience. Consider chart and their partners, but others, they work together hand in hand, and especially with the well-funded Santa Fe Art Institute. In our experience, the definition from charts about this process informed us who we were and defined it for us. The Santa Fe Art Institute chart partner states on their website, and I don't know if you all know this, that they support revolution that supports dynamic artistic practices, that engage complex social issues, that promotes sites of resistance, instances of engagement and solidarity with transformational movements, of which this same language and the lexicon used is shaped and developed in the chart framework. Santa Fe Art Institute, as stated on their website, is committed to the liberation movement in the U.S. and around the world, using art for social change framed by Marxist and Paulo Freire ideology. Today, in 2022, the Santa Fe Art Institute does not refer to students as such, but as revolution residents of the 2022, whose aim is to revolutionize the status quo, and as is Chart's mission. The 2023 Santa Fe Arts Institute residents will be the climate change thematic residency to promote climate change ideology. Finally, in reference to chart, it limited a focus about our positive past history, focusing instead on racism, inequalities, and discrimination, promoting ideas of lack, oppression, and victimhood. We were guided to look backwards without acknowledgement of the centuries of the reconciliation and collaboration that has brought us to this place of unique culture here in Santa Fe. We know there is no utopia, nor will there ever be, not on earth. But What remains is what will be done now so that we address the takedown of our statues, our monuments, and our traditional practices. This is still pending, and after a year plus of effort.
Thank you very much.
Consider that.
So, were you doubling because the earlier speaker ceded? Okay, thank you. Just so everybody's clear what just happened. Your turn. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Councilman. Thank you for all your hard work. My name is Elisa Varela Maestas. Born and raised here in Santa Fe, New Mexico. I also give my time to Donna.
Very good. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of the council, my name is Donna Rivera Atencio, born and raised in Santa Fe. I pray to the Holy Spirit that I am guided and that you all are guided as well. In my heart, I believe that we all want the same thing, truth. And I believe that that is not always what's being told. I believe that there was a false narrative as far as what pertained to the obelisk, and that's how it was torn down, and that's how it has been sold to a lot of citizens. And in particular, I'd like to point out that in this report, and I did read it, on page 55, there is hearsay quoted in the report that says that somebody said that they heard somebody say the only real history started when the Spanish came in. I don't think any of us is stupid enough to believe that that's real history. I think that we're wanting the truth about what history is, whatever that may be. So to say that we feel that history only needs to be the narrative of the Spanish is incorrect, and to include this in the report is very disappointing, because I feel like it puts a black eye on a lot of us that participated. The other thing I'd like to point out is that on page 86 of the report, and quoted in the Mexican newspaper, it summarized that the results of the chart were that 31% wanted it restored and 33% wanted it replaced. Truthfully, on page 85, if you look at those that wanted the monument restored, it's a total of 54.62%. And that question, Councilman Garcia, that question that you asked, it was actually Mrs. Martinez was contradicting herself, because that is actually something that is in the report itself. That is a thing that they've decided already. The other thing I'd like to also point out is that on page 82, number 2 describes that the city established policy and processes for objecting to public monuments, memorials, and works of art. And on page 83, number 9, also kind of alluding to the same previous question, says decisions in an inventory of past and future. So now the city is reviewing and sanitizing history and art. You better warn your artists that their art is going to be reviewed, because it needs to be something that everybody needs to approve of. So now, the other thing, there was a part that hit me personally on page 129, and it's a section about belonging. Really hit me hard, because I heard myself in one of those paraphrases about the outsiders, the us versus them. As a Hispana, Latina, Mexicana, Chicana, I am deeply offended by the way that we have wrongly been painted by people who have moved here from other places that have little or no Native American people and come here and want to change things out of their own guilt. Reconciliation? Let me tell you, our fiestas, we celebrate real reconciliation, 300 years of reconciliation. And you guys need to remember and respect that. Yeah, I'm passionate. I'm sorry. I feel like people have come in here and tried rewriting and making me feel like I need to be embarrassed about being a Hispanic person. Let me tell you something else. We cannot rewrite history. We can learn from it, and we can improve it for the future. Thank you.
No, you're fine, thank you.
Mayor Weber, City Councilors, my name is Daniel Ortiz. I'm a 14th generation Hispano. I am 20% Native American according to DNA, although it's from Mesoamerica. So as part of Aztec, I apologize on behalf of the Aztec people, 20%. Chart. What is the T in chart? It stands for truth. Was written in the great book that half the truth is often a big lie. What we saw with the destruction by a mob of the Soldiers' Monument was nothing less than a big lie. That Soldiers' Monument was dedicated to the memories of the Hispanos, the Mexicans by that time, not Spanish colonials, but the Mexicans who fought and died at the Battle of Goya Pass, considered probably the third most important battle of the Civil War. As part of the chart process, was any of this mentioned? Was any of that truth discussed? No. And why is that? Why has the Soldiers' Monument memory been hijacked to be a symbol of colonialism and white supremacy, when the Spanish colonial period had long passed? And these are not Spanish conquistadors who fought and died. These are Mexican Americans. So there is no truth in this chart process as far as the truth of the Soldiers' Monument is concerned. So one of the things that has not been discussed is the fact that there is a black legend that has been 300 years now against Spain and Spanish history, and that's come to Santa Fe now, unfortunately. So I ask you to learn about the Spanish black legend and learn about Hispanophobia in your discussions going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and councilors. Boy, it's been a long time since I stood here, which I used to do a lot. My name is David Rash, and I've lived in Santa Fe half my life for 30 years, and I was your historic preservation planner for 15 years. I retired from government employment at the end of 2018. But more importantly, I want to tell you about what happened when I started in 2003 in the Land Use Department. And I do have a handout for everyone here. As a former city staff, I know that there are copies. I give 2 points, but I want to really draw my attention because the first one is about the biased history at the bottom of page 34. That entire page needs to be trashed. But more importantly, I want to tell you about the Santa Fe Plaza report, the Santa Fe Plaza study, which this governing body accepted around the year 2006. And there's a copy in the Land Use Department. It was in my office. There's a copy in the Public Works Department. There's a copy at the State Historic Preservation Department. And there should be a copy at the City Clerk's office because you approved this report, the Santa Fe Plaza study. And I want to tell you, because Councilor Rivera brought it up, I'm aware of the legalities of who has authority on the plaza. This body has no authority whatsoever. And in order to give them that authority, you would have to take legal action to change the Land Use Development Code. Now, what I remember from the 2006 report, I could be wrong, but working here until 2018, I know of no legal changes, and I don't think you took any since then. I'm going to lay it out quickly. The land is federally listed as a landmark. The city owns the land. That's why you have police authority. That's why you have to maintain it. The state owns the monument. The legal jurisdiction on what to do with that rests with the state, not the city, the CPRC. And the only legal authority in the city is the H board that can give it a recommendation.
Thank you.
Well, I wasn't planning to talk. My name's Ori Dominguez.
I gave your secretary my card. I also have a website, nmhcpl.org, and in it, I have a PDF with a timeline of DeVargas. And so if you want to put DeVargas in context, you have that timeline to do it. Also, on page 86 of this chart report, it says restoring the monument. They like to restore the monument with contextual signage that will promote truth, healing, and reconciliation. I noticed the main concern with the monument is the word savage, which everybody deems offensive nowadays. But in the early reports, they were talking about the enemy nations. So enemy nations can be substituted without changing the context of the memorial. And the memorial should be rebuilt. If it needs to be re-quarried, it needs to be re-quarried and put on the same land. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who's in the room before we go to people who are waiting on Zoom? Please come up now. Take your time, no rush. Take your time.
Good evening. I'm Terry Rivera, and I am a lifelong resident of Santa Fe, and I think Carol can attest to this when Councilor Villarreal said that we should be active. I have been active all my life. I have been a member of the state and county central committee of the Democratic Party for over 56 years. I was a member of the board of directors and president of the board of directors for Esperanza. I am very active in my church, St. Francis Cathedral, and I am also active at Cristo Rey Church. I have been active with a lot of other organizations with the city and county in my years. And I just wanted to say to you, I want you to remember that monument, that I think this has come about because of the monument in the plaza. You have to remember that it was for the soldiers that fought in the Civil War against the South to free the black people, our brothers, the black people. If you are in favor of ending slavery, then you will honor that, not the replacement, but bringing back our monument that honors the soldiers that fought so hard to end slavery for our black people. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room who wishes to speak on petitions from the floor? Madam Clerk, are there people in the Zoom room? Let's bring them in too.
Sorry, Miss, sorry, I lost my voice. Miss Dean, who is on Zoom. Miss Dean, can you hear me? There you are. Perfect.
Thank you, Mayor Weber, councilors and members of the public for taking my public comment. My name is Nat Dean, and I am in District 3. My request is that the closed captioning and other options for accessibility be automatically made a part of public meetings. The closed captioning feature in Zoom and on YouTube is free of charge, but it must be activated by the host. Thank you for your time and consideration of this request for equal access for all persons of all abilities.
Thank you for calling that to our attention.
Ms. Stephanie Benenato?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, we can.
Okay, great. Stephanie Benenato, I just want to say something more personal to me. I have asked Mr. Blair, Mr. Klug to meet together with me about lax inspections and varying methods of measuring the same type of structures that are adversely affecting my property. And just as a point, I wondered, and sort of but wondered if New York Deli was asking to dispense cannabis, if you would consider a waiver as opposed to them serving alcohol. I think some of my other comments will be like the 15A about bicycles and about the commercial events on the plaza. I believe that I have opportunity to say something about those. In terms of chart, I think it's very well written and it's really beautifully illustrated. But really, like, first 4 pages is from a 2019 report. They say you should follow the recommendations from a 2017 report, but here are 53 more recommendations. A lot of them are pretty general, and again, I agree with a lot of people that they feel betrayed in a sense that the obelisk and other specific monuments or statutes were not addressed. And really what I heard is that they took the data from however many people and then sifted through it and interpreted it for the community table. And then they, and our polite crafted the recommendations and asked them to respond. I think that's a little bit different than every voice being heard. And also my biggest concern is not only people who participated, but what about people who didn't participate? You heard a lot about how unhappy people were. How are you going to bring the people in who didn't even participate? Thank you.
Thank you. Who else do we have in the Zoom room, Madam Clerk?
It's the only individual with their hand raised. Oh, hold on. Someone else just raised their hand. Marissa Roybal.
Hello, how are you folks this evening? Thank you for your service. Hello, Renee. I saw your little smile. So, the gentleman here that spoke with the salmon-colored shirt about land use, I've been a bullhorn for the last couple of years talking about the fact that the city does not have jurisdiction over the monument. I was a participant online for one of the first chart interactions. I would really love to be able to see faces. I can't see faces all of a sudden. I want to see the people I'm speaking to. Is that possible?
We're
right.
working on it. I apologize.
Okay,
There you
perfect.
go. You can see.
Thank you,
Yeah,
thank you,
our
thank you. It's
system's
already impersonal at this point.
looping.
I've been doing a lot of traveling, working on a project, lifting New Mexico Black history. So I just happened to be in town, and I try to get on these meetings because Santa Fe is where I live, but I've been doing a lot of traveling with this project. Oh boy, I'm trying not to get emotional. Let me tell you, when I participated in January, I was in Las Cruces looking at a museum installation by artists that were taking the intellectual property of the historian I work for, and that's just the beginning. It is just really unfortunate that the pandemic allowed a place for people to instigate division in our city. The city of Santa Fe does not have jurisdiction over that legal survey monitor. That legal survey monitor is used to set the bounds and delineations and boundaries of all prior treaties of the land. I would really, really appreciate if
Yeah, Alex, can you unmute that from the back?
Can we get her back to finish that thought?
It's unmuted.
Okay. So, and I'm just going to finish up with CHART. I had a horrible experience. There were 4 people that were employed by CHART, and they were not going to introduce themselves. And I had to remind them that if we were all in person and in a circle, they would have to introduce themselves. And this thing about trying to make local Hispanos the bad guys right now in our city. It's absurd. It's absurd, and I'm really, really disappointed in the fact that that had been supported. And I'm going to tell you, I don't know if this is true, but I know what it takes to produce events. I do that for a living. That looked like it was produced.
Okay, I think we're going to, we gave you a little bit of extra time to finish that thought, and I appreciate it. If you want to...
Thank you.
If you'd like to send in some more written material, please do. Others in the Zoom room? Not at the moment? Okay. I think that is the petitions from the floor. We'll go back to our original agenda. I propose we take a 10-minute break and resume at 8 o'clock, if everybody's amenable to that. Thank you. Let's get back into order. It's about 8:05 as we begin again. And Madam Clerk, I think we are back to our regular order, which means we're taking up items that were removed from the consent agenda, and I believe that we start with item K.
Mayor, you are correct. Item K is consideration of a resolution sponsored by Councilor Romero Worth and Councilor Cassett. It's a resolution adopting new procedural rules for City Council standing committees. And Jesse Gann, our Legislative and Policy Innovation Manager, is available for this.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. So this has been through a few committees. We've had a few amendments which are in your packet. I'll also go through the red lines so that I know in the amendment form it's a little difficult to understand and see how it integrates into the actual document itself, so I'll go over that. As you all know, we did the governing body procedure rules in January, so these committee rules, which apply only to the 3 council committees, are being proposed to sort of align our process with what was adopted earlier this year. So in terms of, I assume all of you have read through these, in terms of the amendments that were proposed and adopted at previous committees, the main focus of them were changes to how the agenda is presented. So first off, we're taking approval of minutes and putting it under the consent agenda, which is the same as what's done at governing body. We're also adding a statement about what else goes under consent, which is there are items that, about which the presiding officer does not anticipate discussion. We move down to discussion. We have the sort of the antonym of that, which is items about which the presiding officer anticipates discussion. So that could be something that's maybe controversial, something that they just want to talk about, or that there's going to be lots of discussion. In addition to that, we are adding in items for which, at the time the agenda is published, a written amendment has been included in the packet that either has not been voted on during a previous council committee or has been voted against during all previous council committees. Then we also added in matters from staff, matters from the committee, and matters from chair, which are all existing sections for committees. We move down to the next section, go into more detail about amendments. So if an amendment is added to a packet after the publication of the agenda, then the committee will move that item from the consent agenda to the discussion agenda so that it can be talked about. And I believe that those are the amendments that were approved at previous committees. We can discuss that, and then we can, Councilor Villarreal has some amendments as well, so I can go through those as well.
Thank you. Why don't we start with a motion, and then I'll turn to the sponsors to speak to this.
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion, we have a second. We have, in addition to the point you just made about Councilwoman Villarreal having amendments, let me just give the floor to whoever of the sponsors want to begin by describing the purposes being served here and why we're going through these adjustments, and then we'll come back and take up Councilwoman Villarreal's proposals.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I've apparently drawn the short straw and will be providing the context. As you are all familiar, Councilwoman Romero Worth, Councilor Abeta, and I had started the process of taking a look at the governing body procedures and how we conduct our meetings and some of the processes and procedures that go into there. The natural progression was then to start looking at the committee meetings. Prior to these changes, the procedures for the council committees were wrapped up in the procedures for all committees, so including our advisory committees. And I know that we've had a few discussions about how these bodies act in different roles, and so that division needed to happen. Some of these changes are really just a natural progression from the governing body changes. Some things that were changed in those procedural rules necessitated change at the committee level as well. And this one's actually pretty simple. This one's not nearly as much of a heavy lift. And that, as I have mentioned, we will next start to look at the advisory committees and the rest of the procedures within committees in our city. So we'll just keep trucking along here. Did I miss anything? All right.
Thank you. Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak to the broad purpose of what's in front of us before we turn to the proposed amendments that are in front of us as well? All good? Councilman Vera, you want the floor to speak to your proposed amendments? Okay. Not yet. Soon.
Thank you, Mayor. No, I'm just
Lining them up.
I just love how PrimeGov works so easily for us. All right, so these aren't new amendments. We talked about them in committee a couple times, and I think it was just trying to add the correct language so people understand what I was trying to change. One of them was the time frame that we have to let staff and the chair know if we're going to pull anything off of the agenda, which we all know is important. It helps staff to know if they need to be there. What I did want to change is, instead of having required 4 hours like we do now with the governing body, that it's less, because some of us that have other jobs and also serve on multiple committees have questions that we want to get from staff, and sometimes we don't get them all the time just because everybody's busy, and also some of us have to transition from one job to the next. So I had initially wanted to say 2 hours in advance, and I came to a middle ground with my colleagues to change it to 3, so that we have to let the chairs know, or the chair and the staff person know, that we will be pulling an item at least 3 hours before the meeting starts. So that was one change. The other change was just about making sure for this area, for the section for debate, and recognizing people that have an item that want to speak, even if they're not on that committee. So essentially it's allowing for, Jesse, I wish I had the red line. I agree with Councilor Lindell. It's always good to have red lines. Can you, oh, there we go. I can't see that though. Okay, thank you. Thank you. So the added language on that debate section is, if the sponsor is not a member of the council committee, the sponsor may speak first on the item. And then the other one that I added that I didn't get it right in committee, but we tweaked the language, and it's committees may discuss an item listed on the agenda before making a main motion regarding the disposition of the item. I just feel like when we're at the committee level, we're seeing items for the first time, so it really doesn't make sense to put down a motion in a second when we still have to have discussion on something that is going through the committee process. So those were the two changes on the debate section. What am I missing, Jesse? Hold on. The one thing I didn't see in there that we talked about, okay. The other piece that we were contemplating, but we never came up with a resolution or an idea of if this was needed or not. It's related to the duties and powers of the presiding officer. There's old language that said that the presiding officer of a committee will represent the council committee in public, and they will speak and act on behalf of the council committee. I couldn't get an example of what that meant. So I think actually representing us, a presiding officer does represent us, and I think it only really needs to say is they represent the council committee in public. They don't speak or act on behalf of the committee. So that was old language, I believe, from the last procedural rules. So I just eliminated that section, and that's it. If you need clarity, we're here.
Are there questions? Well, first, you want to move your amendment?
I move to amend the, I move to approve the amendments just described.
Is there a second?
Second.
Second. So we have a main motion and we have a set of amendments as proposed by Councilwoman Villarreal. Is there a discussion about the amendments that are on this sheet that we have? Yeah. We'll start with Councilor Lindell and then we'll go to you, Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mayor. The one question that I have here that I'm not clear about is what is the purpose of inserting the committee members may discuss an item listed on the agenda before making a main motion regarding the disposition of the item? That seems not how we do it in council now. We start with a motion and then we go into discussion.
Thanks for the question. We actually do that in the governing body meetings, but we don't do that at the committee level. We don't put down motions and seconds for items that we're first hearing. We talk about them, and then people make motions. But the reason why this language was added is because currently Robert's Rules, it indicates that you do put a motion and second, although we can supersede that by saying that we actually have discussion in committees about an item, and then someone can make a motion and a second after discussions and questions.
Mayor and Councilor Lindell, can I?
Yeah, we have our house.
So I think, you know, the way we do it here, where you make a motion before and then have discussion, and the way Robert's Rules does it, doesn't necessarily mean the motion's going to pass, right? So I understand what Councilwoman Villarreal is saying, is that she would rather not she would rather have discussion before there's any motion for action. But even if you were to leave it the way Robert's Rules does it, which is to make a motion and then have discussion, even if the motion after discussion, you later decide you don't like, you can always withdraw it or vote it down. So it's not, I think, this idea that it's somehow locking you in to a direction is not necessarily true. Now, I mean, I think if we want to do it differently at the committee level than we do it here at governing body, and that's what the group wants to do, I think it's fine. But I don't think anybody should think that by making a motion first and then having discussion, you are wed to that motion, because you can always withdraw it, you can always adjust it, you can always vote it down, and then make a new motion based on what the conversation has been about.
Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question was not on the topic, but I'll respond to that because I do believe it does lock you in. For an example, if I make a motion on something and Councilwoman Villarreal makes a motion, and then after discussion I say, you're right, I don't like that motion after all, I withdraw my motion, it requires her to withdraw hers. Or she says, I'm cool with it, then we're stuck with that motion. Whereas if we have the discussion before, we're not stuck with the motion in that sense. I totally support having a discussion before a motion, especially at the committee level. Just as it's been said many times before, that is the space where we get the work done and then move to governing body, and it's an easier process.
I think the city attorney has a hand up, Councilor, if you wait one sec.
Mayor, Councilor, I just want to make one clarification. We do have a practice of withdrawing motions. It's actually inconsistent with Robert's Rules. We're supposed to vote it down. So just as and practices are fine until they're challenged, right? So we've talked about that, customs. But just as I don't want anyone to say, you never told us that, we've talked about this. I just want to just alert folks that that's the case. We absolutely have a custom of doing that, and customs are allowed until they're challenged. And then we have to follow Robert's Rules unless we have a deviating rule. So I think this amendment, I also just wanted to mention, it doesn't require that you not make a motion. It just allows you not to. So you could make a motion. So So you could still start with a motion. If someone wants to make one, it would require a second, and then the motion would be on the table. So it could go either way with this. And this is absolutely allowed. We're allowed to deviate from Robert's rules if we would like to.
Thank you for that.
Make a couple seconds.
No, I appreciate that, and I think that's where clarifying these rules helps us, to break a custom, and, well, we've done it this way, but so thank you and I appreciate that, and that was the second point to it, it doesn't prohibit us from immediately making a motion as well as we would in governing body, so there's that. My question is more so for Councilwoman Villarreal's amendments in regards to pulling from consent. I know that for governing body, if we don't meet the mark, the 4-hour mark or whatever it is, that doesn't prohibit us from pulling an item. It just means that the staff person may or may not be there. Does that carry true in this? Okay. Just wanted to make sure. Just because, as you noted, there are going to be instances where life happens and we don't hit that 4-minute or 4-hour or 3-hour if this passes mark. And I don't want us to put us in a situation where a member is not able to pull something based off of a life-happening situation. So, thank you for that clarification.
Thank you. Yeah, Councilor Rivera, you have your hand up, sir.
Yeah, thank you. As chair of a couple committees, probably Public Works being the largest, I would prefer to follow the amendment, and I think that's what we had talked about during one of the committees is you want your discussion, as Councilor Garcia said, to happen at the committee level, so that when it gets here, we've had that discussion, we've vetted all the issues, the problems, hopefully, as much as possible, and then we're ready for this to go on the consent agenda and hopefully pass. So I just assume make it as easy as possible for us at the committee level to have those discussions and make sure we talk about whatever bill is coming up or resolution or that. That's just my opinion.
Mayor, if I can, so again, I don't have a problem with this if this is what the group wants to do. I guess I would just clarify that while you might be locked into the motion, that's what I wasn't trying to say. You can always vote a motion down if the discussion sends you in a direction where it's, after the discussion, you're like, oh, we misunderstood what this whatever is, and we don't want to do that, but we have the motion on the table, perhaps, and if we don't all agree, then we vote it down. Or if there's a split, the majority rules. So I don't think you can do it either way, I guess is the point. So I don't really care which way we do it, but it's not, you can do it either way.
Thank you. Yeah, Councilor Lee Garcia, sir.
Thank you, Mayor. I think that the amendment does make sense in regards to once you've made a motion, you're making a motion to approve, and then you have to take an extra vote, and then it's just extra stuff. So it does make sense, and so I would support the amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other takers? Last licks. I think what I take away is that there's both in the points made by Councilor Michael Garcia about, yes, we'd prefer to get the notification sooner rather than later, but we don't prohibit you from doing something if you're occupied and it comes to you too late. We accept that. And the same is true about the discussion vis-a-vis the process of making a motion or not. I'm still moved by Councilor Chavez's speech earlier this evening about how we treat each other. I think ultimately these rules depend upon people being nice to each other. And the rules are less important than how we treat each other in the course of doing our business. If 3 hours can't be done, it's only 2 hours. We should not be so rigid that we become upset about it. And we do have to have some standards that we aspire to, but I think I'm still basking in the glow of Councilor Chavez's admonition for people to be nice to each other. So I don't think you can legislate that, but I think it's
add an amendment to be nice to each other. I don't know what section it goes on, but
it goes in the rules of decorum in our governing body.
It's also in the golden rule, which comes at the beginning of all of these rules. Any other discussion before we vote on the amendment? Oh, I think we're good. Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on the amendment, please?
Yes. Counselor Michael Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Lindell? Counselor Rivera?
Yes.
Counselor Marworth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal?
Yes.
Counselor Cassett?
Yes.
Counselor Chavez?
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia?
Yes.
Mayor Weber?
Yes.
Amendments have been approved.
So we now have an amendment to the main motion. Is there discussion of the main motion as amended? All good? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll on the main motion as amended, please?
Yes. Counselor Lee Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Lindell? Counselor Rivera?
Yes.
Counselor Marworth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal?
Yes.
Counselor Cassett?
Yes.
Counselor Chavez?
Yes.
Mayor Weber?
Yes.
Motion has been approved as amended.
Thank you. Can you take us to the next item that was taken off of our consent agenda? I believe that would be item number, or letter L.
You're correct, Mayor. It's item L. This item was removed by Counselor Lindell. It's consideration of a resolution. The resolution sponsored by Counselor Cassett, Councilwoman Villarreal, Counselor Michael Garcia, and Counselor Chavez. It's a resolution advancing complete streets as a proven countermeasure to provide safer and more equitable transportation improvements in the Santa Fe metropolitan planning area while reducing the impacts of climate change. And Eric Ani, our transportation planner, is available for this item.
Thank you. Mr. Ani. I think we'll ask you just to give us a quick overview, and then we'll get a motion, and then we'll get to discussion from Councilor Lindell, who was the person who took it off of the consent agenda. Would you rather have that? Would you like that? I figure we got a gentleman standing here. Yes, sir. Quick overview. You could, if you'd like to approve.
Second.
All right, we have a motion, we have a second, and we have a gentleman to explain this item before Councilor Lindell asks some questions for all of us. I think you need to hit the go button.
Mr. Mayor, members of the council, city manager, council, clerk, it's a pleasure to be here tonight. I've learned a lot already. Let me give you a little background on where we are today and where this has come from. In 2007, the Santa Fe MPO, or Metropolitan Planning Organization, which is a transportation planning organization that provides support for the county, the city, Pueblo, Tesuque, and the state of New Mexico, adopted a complete streets resolution. Since 2007, the evolution, if you want to call it that, nationally, of a recognition of complete streets has grown considerably. Now, in the resolution, what we strategically and intended to do is really reflect on the data points, the facts over the last several years that have really built the case that when communities adopt complete streets, they're proven to actually reduce fatalities and reduce injuries. And an unfortunate statistic of not only Santa Fe, but the great state of New Mexico is that we lead the nation per capita in pedestrian deaths, as well as other unfortunate data points. So that's kind of the impetus of where we're coming from the MPO to support the city clearly in going forward with this. To add a little bit of more context, over the course of just over a year, when Councilor Cassett reached out to us at the MPO to consider updating said resolution, we've brought this to the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee for their deliberation and review at least twice, coming back with pretty substantive comments from that group. We're grateful for doing that. We then went back to the TCC, which is the MPO Technical Coordinating Committee, for their technical review, as well as the Policy Board, almost twice again with substantive and really informed, thoughtful comments. Following that, we went to the county, and the MPO provided a presentation to the County Transportation Advisory Board as to the merits of complete streets. I was delighted that the County Transportation Advisory Board not only supported it, but championed it to the County Commission, which 2 months ago they'd adopted their version of the Complete Streets Resolution. Which brings us here today, and I appreciate council and staff who took a critical eye as to maybe the legal elements, what I believe makes it a better resolution, hopefully for you consideration tonight. So hopefully that helps.
Thanks. That's giving everybody a good equal footing. And now I'll turn to Councilor Lindell, who asked to have this taken off of consent, and you have the floor, Councilor.
Thank you. So on page 4, in the first be it further resolved, it talks about, and other instances involving a potential change to the design of any street shall be reviewed for compliance with the Complete Streets Design Standards. Now, clearly enough, in Santa Fe, we have some streets that are little more than, I was going to say goat paths, maybe cow paths, but certainly in some neighborhoods near me, I think that if those streets were being redone in order for them to comply with complete streets, it would add infinite amount of money to getting that project done. So is this resolution committing us that when we do redesign or work on streets like that, that we are committed to using the Complete Street Design Standards?
Mr. Chair, members of the council, that language is not intended to provide or mandate that the city follow everything for every particular road. When it talks about review for compliance.
Could you speak into the mic, please?
Oh, yeah, sorry. So when it speaks to review for compliance.
Oh, bend it up a little bit toward your mouth. You're a taller gentleman than some of our earlier speakers.
How's this?
Better.
Okay, sorry about that. So the intent is to review for compliance is that it's not, and I've worked through discussions with Public Works Director Wheeler to ensure you this is not an unwritten mandate that every particular roadway or street is going to be subject to this, but the review will look at the opportunity for the city to take advantage of what could be what are proven countermeasures as dictated and articulated by codes and regulations and guidance. So I hope that might alleviate that. No, if there's a small roadway that clearly may not accommodate, let's say, a sidewalk, or may not accommodate a bike lane, which is we see all the time, that's okay. But did we take a critical look at it? Yes, I hope we did.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Any other questions for Mr. Ahani? I have one, sir, if you don't mind, because I appreciate your being here, and I'm a big fan of transportation as a significant through line for how we live and how we live safer and better. Are you familiar with the Vision Zero program that's in cities around America designed to commit communities to pedestrian safety?
Mr. Mayor, yes, I'm familiar with the origins of it from, I think, Oslo in 2007.
Correct. I'm wondering if you have any, I'm a big fan of that approach to thinking strategically about achieving zero pedestrian deaths through a variety of approaches designed to put an emphasis, probably in a complementary way, to the complete streets thinking for the design of our physical infrastructure. Could you take this opportunity while we're looking at this item to just spend a minute on the Vision Zero approach to pedestrian safety, since you mentioned in your opening remarks just how fundamentally bad our state record is when it comes to this issue?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, members of the council. My observation and review of Vision Zero initiatives and policies over the last decade or so is that there ought to be in place a systemic sort of understanding of the contributions, the factors of the complexity of crashes, preventable crashes. One of them being roadway design, not all of those factors. What I appreciate about Vision Zero is that communities that have adopted it really have selected to take a look at the really difficult systemic, what's the word, systemic measures, metrics, standards, and policy applications that continue a generation's worth of roadway design and other such policies that we sort of, without much consideration from a collective conscience, continue to do year after year after year. What I appreciate about this resolution is it strives to get to the kernel of that systemic change, and that not only that, we will be bringing on behalf of the Public Works Department and other departments a multimodal transition plan that really works and strives to get at the kernel of those issues too. So I'm a big fan of Vision Zero, but if the city or any particular community does not have a commitment to systemic changes, it is sort of the whitewashing of transportation planning, to be honest. I would not want to do that to this community, is commit to an unreasonable goal when we have a lot of work to do.
Great, thank you for the education, I appreciate it. Any other questions for Mr. Oni? Any other discussion of the motion on the floor? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Yes, of course. Councilor Lindell? Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Worth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal?
Yes.
Councilor Cassett?
Yes.
Councilor Chavez?
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia?
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia?
Yes.
Mayor Weber?
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, item M was taken off of consent.
Yes, Mayor. Item M is consideration of a resolution. It was removed by Councilor Rivera and Councilor Lee Garcia. This resolution is sponsored by Mayor Weber, Councilor Lindell, Councilor Cassett, Councilwoman Villarreal, Councilor Chavez, Councilor Michael Garcia, and Councilor Worth. The resolution supporting legislation in the United States of America and the state of New Mexico to protect the right to a safe abortion. And Andrea Salazar, our Assistant City Attorney, is available for this item.
Let me entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion to approve, and there's a second. Counselor, you want to give us a quick overview about what this says before I turn to the two counselors who asked to have it taken off of consent? No.
Mayor, councilors, this resolution is to support reproductive justice. It is calling for both the governing body to support legislation that would codify the right to a safe abortion into law, and urges the state and federal government to take immediate action and pass legislation. It also calls for the city clerk to send this resolution to the legislature in support.
Thank you. Let me, Councilor Garcia, Councilor Rivera, who wants to take that? Councilor Garcia.
I'll go first.
You want to go first, Councilor Lee Garcia?
Thank you, Mayor.
You got it.
And so in reading the caption and understanding the position, taking this under the recommendation of the governing body, who is really a nonpartisan group that seems to be somewhat partisan in its direction, and so I felt that it is not something that I could support. It's something that is out of what I believe, but at the same time, that shouldn't come to this body. So That's why I pulled it. I wanted it to be off of consent so I can actually have my point of view and be able to not just approve it through consent. So thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Rivera, you have the floor.
Thank you. I also, respect everyone's opinion on this board or on this council, and I know many of you have signed on as a co-sponsor to this. But in my opinion, I'm not really sure why we're doing it. I think the state has affirmed their position on this matter, which was in the paper today, with $10 million going to Donna Ana County for reproductive services down there, including abortion. So, not real sure why we're looking at this. So, just pulled it for that reason. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Others on the governing body looking for hands. Counselor Cassett, you have the floor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. And I understand the viewpoint of both the counselors who feel that this is not in the purview and it is not in our jurisdiction. We do not have the say here. But I do want to speak to the importance of this resolution and of this statement. I think the overturning of Roe shows that this is not something that we can take for granted, that the access to this important health care for women is something that is solidified until it is codified. I personally believe that abortion shows up maybe 3 times on my medical record. They're under the terms spontaneous abortion, which is a fun term for miscarriage. There's also a missed abortion, which is a miscarriage that my body did not expel. In October of 2020, I did have to take medication because my body did not recognize that the pregnancy I was carrying was no longer viable. There was no longer heartbeat. And while I waited for my body to recognize this and take care of it, it did not. At the time, New Mexico still had a law on the books that abortion was not legal. And so I remember sitting there while you're, it's really a challenging experience. You're monitoring, how much am I bleeding? Do I need to go to the hospital? Am I hemorrhaging? If you are hemorrhaging, you do need a DNC. And what happens in a world where women cannot access that health care? Where there are not doctors who are able to perform it, or you have to jump through hoops in order to get it. And so for me, this is, my story is common. I think 80% of pregnancies end in miscarriages. I also hate the term miscarriage, like you fumbled a football at the 20-yard line. I mean, it's just the way that we talk about reproduction for women, and the amount of emotions and the misplaced guilt and shame that women feel around reproduction. It's deep. It is very deep, and it is something that should be between a woman and her medical provider. And so making sure that women have the right to control their reproductive destiny as much as possible, to me, is extremely crucial. I think the other piece for this is this broader concept around a woman's right to personhood. And this is a larger conversation, and abortion for me is the beginning, or not the beginning and end of this conversation. It has to do with what it is like to operate in the world as a woman, and that it is not the same. And the fact that many women have a lot of fear around becoming pregnant, not of their own will, going through the act of becoming pregnant, not through their own will, and what that looks like. I always bring up the point that I feel that the driver's test is wrong because it says, you know, what's the very first thing you do when you get a car? You check the mirrors. Well, if you're a woman, the very first thing you do when you get into a car is you check the back seat. And if the back seat is clear, you lock the doors. And once you've locked the doors, you turn on the ignition. And then at that point, can you buckle your seatbelt? Can you check your mirrors? But the very first thing you want to do, especially if it's dark, is make sure that car is safe to get into. And that is a lesson that had been drilled into me at a very young age. And so I think that there is this larger conversation about women having the right to their bodies. And so that is why, while this body does not get to, this governing body does not have the ability to vote on whether or not abortion is legal and protected in our state and in our country, I really feel that any platform that we can use to elevate both this discussion and so much that surrounds it, and this just scratches the surface, these few words that I have said around some of the challenges that women face. We could have discussions for hours on end, and I know that it is a challenging topic for many people, and I appreciate the conversation here. But that is why I signed on as a co-sponsor and will be emphatically voting yes in favor of this resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Lindell.
Thank you, Mayor. I just take a quick opportunity to read Amanda Gorman's words from Women's Equality Day. Amanda Gorman's the first National Youth Poet Laureate of the United States.
I'm sorry, can we silence that? Okay, thank you for rescuing it.
She read her poem, The Hill We Climb, at Joe Biden's presidential inauguration, making her the youngest poet to speak at a presidential inauguration. Gorman has used her art to take a stand against abortion bans. In her poem, 8 Reasons to Stand Up Today Against Abortion Bans in the United States, Gorman explained, number 1, when the penalty for rape is less than the penalty for abortion after the rape, you know this isn't about caring for women and girls. It's about controlling them. Number 2, through forcing them into motherhood before they're ready, these bans steadily sustain the patriarchy, but also chain families in poverty and maintain economic inequality. Number 3, pregnancy is a private and personal decision and should not require the permission of any politician. Number 4, for all time, regardless of whether it's a crime, women have and will always seek their own reproductive destinies. All these penalties do is subdue women's freedom to get healthy, safe services when they need them most. Number 5, fight to keep Roe versus Wade alive. By the term overturn Roe v. Wade, the main concern is that the Supreme Court will let states thwart a woman's path to abortion with undue burdens. Number 6, one thing is true and certain. These predictions aren't a distortion, hypothetical, or theoretical. Women always face their disproportion of undue burdens when seeking abortions. If the sexes and all people are to be equal, abortion has to be actually accessible and not just technologically legal. 7, despite what you may hear, this right here isn't only about women and girls. This fight is about fundamental civil rights. Women are a big part of it, but at the heart of it, our freedom over how fast our families grow goes farther and larger than any one of us. It's about every single one of us. Number 8, this change can't wait. We've got the energy, the moment, the movement, and the thundering numbers. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Others? I'm sorry, Councilor Romero. Was there somebody at that?
Thank you, Mayor. So I just want to read the first, now therefore be it resolved by the governing body of the City of Santa Fe that the governing body hereby supports legislation that would codify the right to safe abortion into law and urges the state and federal governments to take immediate action to pass legislation to this effect. So what we're asking for is for the state legislature to pass a law that says there's a right to safe abortion in the state of New Mexico. What we're asking of the federal government is that Congress, being the U.S. House of Representatives and the U.S. Senate, do the same, that they pass federal legislation that says there's a right to safe abortion. We do this all the time as a city council. We pass resolutions that in support of legislation. We ask our federal delegation and our state delegation to pass laws, and what we're doing here is exactly the same thing. We would like to see a law in our statute, in our federal laws, that says there's a right to safe abortion. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to state that access to abortion is nonpartisan. It actually applies to all of us and our families. And I really appreciate that my colleague shares a personal story that was really challenging to have to deal with at the moment and still relive the trauma when you have to talk about it. So thank you, Councilwoman Kessett, for sharing that, because that's your story is many women's or people that have that same story, and so I appreciate that you shared that. And I just want to say that, like, abortion rights is really just one piece of the overall spectrum of reproductive health options, and that's what we really need. And having full bodily autonomy is extremely important, not just to me, but just for the work I do with NewMexicoWomen.org. I mean, this is a big, really just something that we've always stressed, but now it's just even more prominent because of the Dobbs decision. So I think that although some people might say this resolution is symbolic, it does carry weight in showing that we do support that we need to be doing something at a level that does affect us personally and the members of the City of Santa Fe. And also I want to say this is not just a women's issue. I was just overhearing my colleague, well, you're a woman, you should speak. Men need to speak up about this. You know, women have been talking about this for a long time, and men need to speak up and actually say something. So I appreciate my colleagues signing on as co-sponsors, and yes, you can speak too. Thank you.
Thank you. I will point out I was the original sponsor, not the co-sponsor. Any other voices to be heard at the moment? Councilor Michael Garcia.
Mr. Mayor, and at the urging of the Councilwoman, I signed on because I believe it's not a man's choice for a woman to decide what goes on with her body. I've got a wife. She can decide what goes on with her body. I've got two beautiful daughters. They can decide what goes on with their body. Me, it's not my choice. Just like if my wife said, well, you're going to do this. Well, it's my body, my choice. We usually don't see that perspective turned around. And I think if human anatomy was different and men were able to reproduce, would this conversation be different? I think it would be. And with that, I trust a woman to make the right decision for what's right for her and her health decisions, and I'll honor that and stand behind that 100%. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Councilor, thank you. Councilor Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. I really just want to take time to acknowledge Counselor Cassett for telling her story. I actually think that it captures everything so beautifully in the fact that women's needs are so diverse and their struggles and the decisions they have to make in a world that is still not so very welcoming of them. It's so difficult, and to share your story the way you did, to advocate for other women, and I love it when women are advocating for one another, which we have to do more of, because the challenges we face aren't becoming less, they're becoming greater, and we're not going to get through those challenges unless we continue advocating. So I really just wanted to take a moment to thank Councillor Cassett for her advocacy. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to say a few words about why we're doing this and why it's relevant and why the City Council, the governing body, is not only appropriate, but it is essential. Let's start with some of the worst Supreme Court decisions in American history. In 1857, the Supreme Court, in the Dred Scott decision, held that African Americans could not be considered American citizens. 70 years later, in Buck versus Bell, they upheld the forced sterilization of those with intellectual disabilities for the good of the state. Korematsu versus the United States permitted the internment of Japanese Americans during World War II. Bowers versus Hardwick upheld a Georgia law that criminalized sexually active gay and lesbian relationships. And now, Supreme Court, after saying in the course of hearings of justices to be confirmed that Roe versus Wade was decided law, has overturned it. If we were gathered as a governing body in 1857 or 70 years later or at the time of World War II or at the time of Bowers versus Hardwick, wouldn't we want to take a stand on behalf of people who are, in every case, in every one of those cases, people who are the most vulnerable? Women, gays and lesbians, people with disability, people of color. Those are the people who these court cases were designed to keep down. And so what we have is a moral obligation to speak up on behalf of the women in America and the women in Santa Fe, to say that this has to be altered, not by the Supreme Court, because we all know that won't happen, but by the work of the legislature. And we're adding our voice at a time when it is imperative that we speak up on behalf of women, people who have been systematically kept back from equality. Women's Equality Day was last week. It only celebrated getting the vote. It didn't celebrate full equality. It's still a battle that goes on. So I feel as though it's the issue of whether it's appropriate for us to bring this matter forward is settled. It is our obligation to take these kinds of issues up, particularly in moments when the rights of women are being taken away from them systematically and by the highest court in the land. I understand people can disagree, and I respect the disagreement. I think it's fair to have your own decision on these issues, but for me, the question about whether we ought or ought not to even bring this matter forward is that is part of what we're elected to do. So I appreciate the opportunity, by having it taken off of consent, to have the dialogue about the issue. I think it's really important. Others? I think we've all had a chance to speak. There are no further discussion, Madam Clerk. There's a motion on the floor.
Mic was already on. Yes, Mayor, there is motion on the floor. Councilor Rivera?
No.
Councilor Mayor-Worth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal?
Yes.
Councilor Cassett?
Yes.
Councilor Chavez?
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia?
No.
Councilor Michael Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Lindell,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody, for the discussion. Madam Clerk, can you take us to the next item?
Yes, we're on to the discussion agenda. The next item is 10A. It's a request for approval of a professional services agreement with Carr Riggs Ingram for audit services for fiscal year ending, 6/3/2021 in the amount of $269,454.42, including applicable gross receipts tax. And Mr. Bejarano is already here.
Can we get a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and there's a second. Are there questions for Mr. Bejarano on the item? Counselor Garcia. Michael.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just got a quick question out of curiosity, Mr. Bejarano. I know we recently approved the CLA audit, which was in 7 figures, and this one is roughly what? I mean, it's at least $1 million less potentially than what we had projected to spend. So I'm just asking, this one's a lot more affordable for us. Any clarification around that, or?
Mayor Weber, council members, yes, this is actually for the audit contract, which is...
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm already looking at the next one. I apologize. This one's for 21, the next item is for 22, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so I'll defer my question to the next. I apologize. No other questions, Mr.
Okay, Counselor. Others on this item? If there are no other questions, can please call the roll, Madam Clerk?
Councilor Melward?
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal?
Yes.
Councilor Cassett? Yes. Councilor Chavez?
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia? Councilor Michael Garcia?
Yes.
Councilor Lindell?
Yes.
Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Mayor Weber?
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. Can you now take us to item 10B, please?
Yes, this is request for approval of a professional services agreement with Carr Riggs Ingram for audit services for fiscal year ending June 30th of 2022 in the amount of $269,454.42, including applicable gross receipts tax.
Thank you. Can I get a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion and we have a second. Are there questions? Councilor Garcia, is this where your question would come?
Yeah, so given that, well, I asked it before, so I just like the affordability of this versus $1 million for consulting kind of, so.
Mayor Weber, Councilor Garcia, and members of the council, yes, an audit is a lot more affordable than the consulting work. The consulting work is going to entail a lot of redo, a lot of catch-up for both years, and that's essentially it.
Okay. Thank you for the clarification, Mr. Bejarano.
Thank you. Other questions about this item? Seeing no hands, Madam Clerk, we have a motion. Can you call the roll on the motion, please?
Yes, Councilwoman Villarreal?
Yes.
Councilor Cassett?
Yes.
Councilor Chavez?
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia?
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia?
Yes.
Councilor Lindell? Yes. Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Melward?
Yes.
Mayor Weber?
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, I believe we're now at item C on this portion of the agenda.
You are correct. Consideration of a resolution sponsored by Councilor Chavez. This is a resolution adopting the 2024 through 2028 Senior Infrastructure Capital Improvements Plan, ICIP, for the Division of Senior Services, Community Health and Safety Department. And I believe Mr. Rinaldi is on Zoom to join us.
Good evening, everybody.
Thank you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you loud and clear. Thank you. Can I get a motion for this item, please?
Move to approve.
Second.
We have a motion to approve, and we have a second. Are there questions for Mr. Gino Rinaldi on Zoom? Seeing no hands, Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Yes, also, can I just clarify, Counselor Chavez, you were the motion on this? And I did not get the second, Counselor Cassidy, sorry. I was trying to find Mr. Rinaldi on Zoom. Counselor Cassidy,
I'm
you are
here?
yes, you are here. But we're on to vote now, so Counselor Cassidy, you're up.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Counselor Chavez?
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Lindell? Yes. Counselor Rivera?
Yes.
Counselor Mayor
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal?
Yes.
Mayor Weber?
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you, Mr. Rinaldi. You make a compelling case for your item.
Thank you, sir. You all have a good night.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, item D as in David.
Yes, the next item is consideration of a resolution sponsored by Councilor Cassett, Mayor Weber, and Councilwoman Villarreal. It's a resolution supporting the Santa Fe Public Schools Board of Education's application for grant funding to build out a district-wide community schools model designed to reduce chronic absenteeism, decrease out-of-school time caused by suspension, increase parental involvement, and improve kindergarten readiness skills. And Ms. Maria Sanchez-Tucker is available for this item.
Counselor Chavez, I see you have your hand up.
Yes, I will recuse myself as Santa Fe Public Schools is my employer.
We'll call you back when we're done with this item. Thank you. I would entertain a motion on this item.
Move to approve.
There's a second?
Second.
Councilwoman Villarreal has seconded it. Are there questions or discussion about this resolution? Yes, Councilor Cassett, you are one of the sponsors. Would you like to speak to it?
I would love to speak to it. It's more of a comment. I want to, first of all, applaud Santa Fe Public Schools for really looking at a community schools model. This is something that, when I had worked at a school district, gosh, that was actually a long time ago now, really looking at how to address trauma and how we can really make sure that we are supporting students so that they can be successful. I would be remiss if I did not provide recognition to Counselor Chavez. I know that she is not in here at the moment to hear it, but I'll tell her later as well. When Counselor Chavez was a principal at Cesar Chavez, she was instrumental in moving forward a community schools model. And I know that it had a profound impact on the students and the families of that school. And I am really pleased to see that Santa Fe Public Schools is wanting to continue that work. Councilor Chavez is no longer the principal at Cesar Chavez and has moved into a different role, but I am sure that the success that they saw under her leadership at Cesar Chavez was part of the inspiration for the school board for moving forward with really seeking this grant funding. I also do want to encourage us at the city to identify ways that we can partner with the schools. Because if you look at the name, it's a community schools model. And that means that there is space for the entire community to be looking at how we can support our students, how we can support our families, how we can be addressing trauma in our community, and what it is that we all need to be doing to come together to start to break the generational trauma and really try to mitigate the negative impacts of trauma that can reverberate throughout the lifespan. So I look forward to having conversations with the schools and how the city can be a proactive member of this initiative and moving forward with their grant activities. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? Questions? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Yes. Counselor Chavez? Oh,
She
sorry. She is excused. I hadn't noted that she was abstaining. Sorry about that. Counselor Lee Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Lindell?
Yes.
Counselor Rivera?
Yes.
Counselor Mayor
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal?
Yes.
Counselor Cassett?
Yes.
Mayor Weber?
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. If Councilor Chavez wants to rejoin us. Thank you. Madam Clerk, item 11.
Oh, yes. Item number 11 matters from our city manager.
Mr. Blair.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councilors. It's 9:09. If you have not been following the news, you should know that Serena Williams won her match tonight and Sarah Palin lost her election.
Please, we don't applaud, remember, guys? Come on. It's nonpartisan. We're not voting for people here.
I think that was cheering for Serena, sir.
All right. I believe we appreciate the sports
Anyway,
update.
yes, sir.
Thank you.
God bless Serena. First of all, a quick flag for the governing body that part of the reason that we moved so quickly to bring the audit contract to you tonight, skipping sort of the traditional committee process, is part of our continued effort to move as quickly as we can to get this work done. Recognizing December 15th is right around the corner, Mr. Bejarano, Ms. Lotero, and others have been moving as swiftly as they can, and so thank you for helping us keep that going tonight. Flag for you as well that this coming Tuesday will be the first day for our new finance director. You've likely seen, I think I sent you some news about it, and it was in the paper. Emily Oster begins on Tuesday. We are really excited to have her join the team, bringing really a wealth of experience in auditing, procurement, and state government. Most recently coming to us as the Deputy Secretary of Taxation and Revenue. We're excited about what's to come, and at the same time, we really want to extend our thanks to Ms. Lotero for stepping up as the interim, and for Mr. Bejarano stepping up as the acting, or the interim deputy. They really did a great job in helping us through this transition and stabilizing what we're doing, so we're grateful for that. Want to flag for you all as we head into Fiestas weekend, next weekend, and Zozobra this weekend, that the Santa Fe Police Department had a coordinating initial meeting with county and other law enforcement who will be helping on Friday night with Zozobra to talk about all the operational needs of what will need to happen across the city, including how the neighbors who live in the neighborhood around the ballpark are treated, and making sure that everyone has access that should have access to their neighborhoods. They're going to be having another briefing on Friday while they get ready sort of the day of training. But I feel like Kiwanis has really done a great deal of outreach with the neighborhood this year to make sure that everyone understands if they live in the neighborhood, how do they get there, how do they get out, what they can do, but that people can access their homes. So we're pretty excited about that. Well, flag for you, we had a very productive strategic planning session on Tuesday morning for the senior staff of the city government. It was the beginning of a year-long process. We're working with some consultants out of an organization called Delta Consulting in Albuquerque. The initial meeting was Tuesday. The next step for them in terms of helping us prioritize what are really the focus of the things this administration is trying to get done is going to be to reach out to all the department directors and start working with them to help them facilitate what are the goals for their individual departments. And this will be a really year-long process that we're excited to be a part of. I think others will speak to this as well tonight, but I just want to give a huge, huge congratulations and thank you to our city clerk and to our Community Health and Safety Director, Kira Ochoa, for the really extraordinary event that we had last night around homeless issues in Santa Fe, and how we treat these people in Santa Fe who are unhoused. From the idea of doing the event, the questions, working with Marisol, Director Ochoa really did a great job. And I can't say enough great things about our city clerk for organizing the logistics of the event, getting everybody seated, food, the questions, everything that came into it. Really, I'm very proud of our team for all they did to make that happen. Want to flag for you all that if you haven't seen or weren't paying attention coming to the building, there is signage in all the doors now that direct people to what doors are open or not open. We have removed the majority, if not all, of the awkwardly laminated and taped notices that were on the doors, and are working to make our building look slightly more professional here in the 21st century. So that's a great, exciting thing to see that coming forward as well. At the last governing body meeting, Councilor Rivera requested, and we're working on getting punch code on the lock on this door here behind the governing body, so that we'll have a code that we'll share with the governing body and members of staff so they can come and go throughout meetings as need be. But that will help us eliminate the likelihood of other residents choosing the short way to get to the seats in the chamber. So that's coming as well. I too want to thank Hauser Gazette. The intersectionality of the queer movement with civil rights movements, with women's choice, can't be stressed enough. The bravest thing I ever did in this world was to tell the world that I was gay. and for you to stand up and speak your truth is going to save lives. So thank you for doing that. I've been a crier this week, sorry. The logic used in the Supreme Court case to attack women's rights is the same logic that they identified in the opinion to try to strike down the right to interracial marriage that was identified in the Loving opinion, the right to contraception that was identified in the Griswold opinion, the right for me to have a private consensual sexual relationship. That law was, that case was heard in 2003. That was almost 30. It's the same law, or this Dobbs opinion is the same law that wants to strike down the Obergefell case, which allowed me to get married. That was 7 years ago. I've been married for 8 years. So when I got married, it was not legal in the vast majority of this country. And I actually didn't get married in New Mexico because it wasn't legal here at the time. For me to stand up and tell people I'm queer is an important thing, and it is incredibly important for you to do what you did tonight. So thank you for that. On a lighter note, I was the Grand Marshal at the Gay Rodeo on Saturday. It was the 30th New Mexico Gay Rodeo Association's Zia Rodeos, their regional rodeo they do in New Mexico. It's the only one. The city has been a proud supporter for a number of years, and they were truly grateful for all the support the governing body, this governing body, and previous governing bodies have provided. And so I thought that would be a lighter way to end. So, oh, and one last thing. I almost forgot. So, I'm not sure if you're familiar, but we're working to put up some veterans banners in Santa Fe. I don't know if you've heard that. We're almost there. And so I think you're aware, around the time that we had our last governing body meeting, the governor had put up an initial banner. At the time, we had reached an agreement with our manufacturer that they were going to drop ship the first 107 bracket kits to us that should have arrived a week ago Monday. Late last week, they sent us a letter acknowledging it was their error. By the time they got our PO and it was shipped to the other organization, they had gone out the door. To their great credit, HAPCO brought in a weekend crew last weekend, and they have now shipped us, as of Saturday, all of the bracket kits needed to hang the banners. And we are expecting them to arrive at our Siler or Siringo location tomorrow, which is great news. I spoke with Carmela Quintana today, who is the president of the American Legion. We are working to coordinate how to get the brackets from here. They're in the possession of the American Legion so that we can begin to put them up next week.
Banners, not brackets.
I'm sorry, yes, sir, banners, not brackets. Well, both, but yes, most importantly, the banners. Had a great conversation with the P&M as well today. They are honoring their commitment to make sure that these are getting hung. I do believe they're using a contractor, and they're working at those details right now, but we are expecting early next week they will begin to go up. We're going to check in with Councilors Rivera and Garcia, who have been leading the resolution to get these banners hung up, but I'm anticipating that we're looking at starting on Guadalupe Street, where the first banner was hung by the governor, to fill up that section there so that banner's not hanging by itself. According to President Quintana from the Legion, there are about 10 or so banners of particular importance that we want to make sure are either grouped together or that that they would really like to be by the National Cemetery. And then I anticipate that what we'll do is work down St. Francis Drive to I-25 and then work the remainder on Cerritos Road. But we're hopeful that we can get a crew or two doing this, and so that the vast majority, if not all the banners, will be up for at least 2 months before the Veterans Day holiday. So again, not what people were hoping for at the beginning of the year, but we really do feel like we have been able to strike the balance of ensuring the public safety, knowing we can hang one banner at a particular height with a particular bracket, and that we're still able to honor our veterans this year. So thank you for that.
Item number 12 is matters from the city attorney.
Thank you, Mayor, members of the governing body. I did hear amazing things about our Grand Marshal of the Gay Rodeo this weekend. It was one of my staff's new favorite events in Santa Fe. I did hear a couple comments that I'm not sure my team has looked into in terms of legality of local controls on reproductive rights. We could look into things that we have not investigated that question. And it could be a state-by-state analysis, really. I'm not sure if there's any case law in New Mexico about that. It's a very new issue, so if anyone's interested. On that note, we are going to be making an announcement about our new policy analyst very soon. Stay tuned for that information. It should be available very soon. The Santa Fe Reporter did file a petition for cert with the New Mexico Supreme Court on the case. The city won in the Court of Appeals, and the city has cross-petitioned. Our partners from the Court of Appeals are likely going to join us in the Supreme Court again. I did want to also say that the airport team is now comfortable taking some vacation, which is really nice, so I appreciate that for my team. Cindy's on vacation this week, and Greg Goudelet recently took his twins to college and took off some time, and I think that had been really stressful for them previously. Very hard to leave, but having 3 people on the team has been very helpful. Thank you. That's all I've got.
Thank you. Matters from the city clerk.
Thank you, Mayor. I do just, John mentioned a few items that I was going to follow up on. I want to thank everyone that participated in our community, the town hall last night, and also our staff that stepped in to be facilitators at all of the tables. I don't know if you know this, we had about double the amount of people that we originally anticipated, so there was many members of our staff that stepped in to help facilitate those, and we're really appreciative of that. It's an event we're really proud of, but also I want to say thank you specifically to Alexandria from my staff. She really did an excellent job around the details of the event and everything from printing the name tags and table tents to just making sure that she had plenty of checklists and pens on site for everything, as well as our communication team that worked very quickly to turn around some really great handouts from last night that we'll be mailing out to all of the participants, and of course to our duplicating team for getting everything printed. So I really just want to thank my staff. They put in a lot of work to make that event really great. So I also want to note that Lawrence Lovato has retired from the city of Santa Fe. He most recently was in our finance department, and he, today was his last day, but I'd like to wish him well in his retirement. He has been with the city, obviously, for several years, and is off to continue coaching in our community. He has young children, and really I just want to note that. I also will follow up to John's quick point about the signs on the doors. We are asking them to refinish the doors as the tape has been put on and pulled off. So hopefully by the next meeting we'll have that in place as well. So, but that's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you. Communications from the governing body. Let's just walk down the line. Councilman Villarreal, you have the floor.
I was not prepared. No. Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to thank staff for there was a lot of details with the roundtable discussion on homelessness, and it takes a lot to put an event together that also includes food, which, by the way, we know people come if you're going to feed them. So I think that was also very helpful to add that element into it. And I think people appreciated having a meal so that they can actually be nourished to talk about things that are, challenges for the city. And I'm sure that everyone else had the same experience with just really good dialogue, people with lived experiences with homelessness. And so I think that piece gets missed when we're talking about solutions, is hearing from folks that are actually directly impacted, that have lived experiences of having these, being vicariously housed. And so I think it was important to have those dialogues, and I want to be able to follow up and see what came out of the discussions, and hopefully there will be a summary for us to look at and then decide what we're going to be doing for next steps with that. I think Marisol Atkins is a great partner for us, and I'm really happy that she's part of the team and it's separate from the city, but really just like working alongside with us. I think that's important. So I just want to give her kudos. And just wanted to say, I hope everybody has a safe fiestas, and also Zozobra, those of you that are going to be participating, and you will be missed, Councilwoman Cassett. Especially because I'm challenging my colleagues to see if we can all actually dress up for the 90s theme, and see if those of us that lived the 90s, I don't know if I want to get back to some of those styles, but I will be dressed up. So I challenge my colleagues that are going to be joining us for Zozobra to dress up as well. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Councilor Michael Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And Councilwoman Villarreal, I'm glad to accept your challenge. My daughters consistently tell me that my attire looks like the 90s, so it's an everyday thing for me, except for folding my pants like I did when I was a kid. First, just want to, again, as well, give a shout out to Director Ochoa and Madam City Clerk for your teams. Fantastic job last night. The conversations that were had at our table, I mean, those are the dialogue that we need as a governing body, as a city, to be able to pull the critical information to figure out how we're going to address the challenges in front of us facing those that are homeless. I know last night we talked about encampments, and I think we can all agree that's not a one-stop solution. There are many other solutions involving providing critical services, and hopefully we can continue this conversation. I spoke with Director Ochoa last night, and I felt like that was a great first step, but there's many steps ahead of us, and I hope we can continue that conversation in a public dialogue. I do want to, and maybe Madam City Clerk, I know that the first commenter for public comment brought this up, and I saw it consistently happening tonight with the public comment portion, whether the mic was cut off or the Zoom challenges. And I think Zoom challenges, I understand the technology, but if we can make sure that the mic stays on for folks, I've went back and watched meetings where the mic goes off and you can't understand what folks are saying. I know we in the chamber could hear it, but anybody else outside of this room can't hear it, and especially for record keeping. And just for politeness, we want to make sure we're affording the public every opportunity to provide their feedback. They took time out of their busy day, and I think if it's getting aggressive, that's where the mayor can maybe jump in and say, cut off the mic, it's no more. Or we can do the gong show. Or how was it at the Apollo? They got the guys that rush you off the stage do something similar. But I think most of the time the public is just quickly trying to get their thoughts out. And once they hit that 2-minute mark, it's like they become auctioneers. They just speak so fast, and let's let them finish their thought. Big shout out to Jesse Benavides. Recently, with our parks team, participated in a park rehab project, a young park. My daughter and I went and painted some entryways, and so we're going to be following up. I saw Jessie put up some new handicap signs and painted the curbs, so just want to thank her. I know that this summer she's had a lot of help and a lot of folks wanting to engage in helping to renovate and refurbish our parks, and I can only imagine the conducting that needs to go on her end to figure out who's doing what, when, where, etc. Fiestas as well, and Zozobra, Que Viva la Fiesta, Burnham. I'm looking forward to seeing what Zozobra looks like on Friday. I saw some sneak peek pictures. I don't know if he's got a kid in play hairstyle going on, but I know last year he was in the Michael Jackson kind of thriller zombie theme, so I've got some great hope in Ray and his team that they're going to put on a fantastic show for us this weekend, and then that'll lead us into the next weekend's Fiesta festivities. So please, everybody, just be safe, have fun, and enjoy each other's company. That's what I got, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Rivera.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wanted to thank Kira and Maria Tucker and Nicole for the celebration at the Southside Library 15th anniversary. Great event. A lot of people out there, so important, and I think several of you were out there as well, including you, Mayor, so thank you for that. And on the same day was the Southside Community event, which was across from Cesar Chavez Elementary, and that was well attended as well. So again, thank everybody. I think a big event on the south side was the Feria Southside event, which was at the FOP. I was there early on because we had a SWAMA meeting that night, so but when I went early, there were cars everywhere, so it was a well-attended event. I hope it continued that way throughout. But thank you, everyone who supported that and who made it out there. And then just also wanted to wish everybody a safe Zozobra and Fiestas. It's an important time. I worked at it for many, many, many years. When I was in the fire department, I've seen the good and the bad of the whole thing, and I hope for a great and safe event, both of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Counselor Chavez.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to start by thanking Christine and Kira for the work for the event last night. It was just, I came from an exhausting day of work, and so I was preparing myself for multiple possibilities on how that event would occur, and it was, you all were so intentional in your planning, even down to the questioning and the sequence of questioning, and how we started with humanizing all of our community members, which should always be first. That should be our number one focus, and then just how the questions occurred. Just everything about it was inspiring and positive and hopeful, and I wanted to thank Andrea for being our facilitator. She was wonderful. Very professional, making sure that everyone was well heard. It's just the efforts of the city, the efforts of the community, all of us coming together for that meaningful conversation was a highlight of my week for sure. So something that I've committed to being new, a new counselor, is really going and visiting different departments and learning about the amazing work that is taking place. I've gone to work with Gino and kind of see all, which is just an amazing operation, and I highlighted that at the last governing body. A few weeks ago, I met with Shannon Jones at Water, and I'm more amazed each time, because we have staff members. We have these operations that you would think would require massive amounts of staff, and they're making what I think impossible, and I'm looking around at the numbers like, what you do is impossible, but they're making it possible. And so they have amazing things going on, from you having water running in your home to billing to just the financial aspects of that operation. It's huge, it's massive. And he speaks so calmly about it and confidently. The staff was friendly. It was great to visit. So I just wanted to highlight a few things they have going on. They have an ADA upgrade at San Mateo taking place, which they're very excited for, and I love that our city facilities are paying attention to that. Advanced utility billing software upgrade is going to go live in March, which is like a huge lift for that department. Amazing job by the utility customer service. They never know what they're going to get on that other end of the call, but they take every single phone call with positivity and great effort in making wrongs right on the city's part. And they continued that service and were really efficient through the pandemic. He emphasized there wasn't a hiccup in individuals receiving their utilities for COVID, and that's something that we don't celebrate enough as a city. It was a huge success, and I wanted to highlight that. I also wanted to shout out Dora Marquez, who's the water project administrator, for her work, not just through a pandemic, but unprecedented construction. Dora is the frontline person for individuals trying to get new service and developer building larger scale projects. Without her, they nor us could be successful, and those were Shannon's words, and I couldn't agree with him more. Dora has about 23 years experience in utility billing and water engineering, so I wanted to highlight our water department. I also want to wish everyone happy and safe fiestas. I'm going to miss my co-counselor. We had plans, but I'll send you pictures. And I think that's it, Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Lindell, we'll start with you.
Thank you, Mayor. I hope that everyone goes to and has a great time at Zozobra. Thanks to, this is from 2015. We all, council got shirts that year, and we had our pictures taken. It was a lot of fun. Zobra, thanks to Ray and that entire crazy crew of Kiwanis, what an astounding amount of work they do for that event. I've been over at Fort Marcy Park, I don't know, for probably the last 3 or 4 Saturdays, watching them rehearse the dances. And it's this astounding production that they put together, and they have these kids from NDI Albuquerque that are the Bloomies this year, and they're awesome. So it's really fun to watch them. Looking forward to Fiesta. Thank you to Mayor Weber, who last Saturday night was willing to get on stage with me and get super silly at the Bark and Ball. We got $237,000 raised, which was pretty good money. He had to do some really silly things to make that happen. We really threatened them that if they didn't give, we would sing. That's how we really got the money. That's how we got it going. Tomorrow night is Chef Capades over at La Fonda, and that's supporting Pete's. And hopefully we can raise some good money for them also. Astounding amount of things going on with the city. I couldn't begin to thank people individually, but feels like it's been a really, really busy season. And I'll just give a shout out. No birthday, nothing other than just putting one foot in front of the other to my partner, Maria.
I'll say amen to that one. Councilor Merrill.
Thank you, Mayor. I, too, want to thank our city clerk and Kira Ochoa for the event last night. It was very well done, and I think intentional was a good way to say it. Everything was really well thought out and also well executed, so thank you. I thought that was a great success. Also, just want to wish everybody happy Zozobra, happy Fiestas, and looking forward to these very important celebrations in the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilor Casson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will echo very quickly. Last night, I think it's all been said, it was a really wonderful event. Thank you, Christine and Kira, Marisol. It was really wonderful conversations at the table I was at, and recognition to Cassie Salazar, who's the new executive assistant for the mayor, who was the table lead, and she did a wonderful job, again, just moving the conversation along, and really want to appreciate her work there. A couple fun events. Last Friday, I did not play in the 4Kids golf tournament, although Brian, our new recreation director, was nice enough to let me putt. I missed. Councilor Lindell, I need some golfing lessons, please.
You need some more?
Golfing lessons, please.
Please.
I really.
Let's go.
Okay. So, but I really had a wonderful time there, and Melissa McDonald took me around on the golf cart and showed me the front nine. We did not get to the back nine, and I learned some lingo, like front nine. But it was really just wonderful to see the golf course. It was beautiful. I mean, I understand why people golf. It's really beautiful out there, and the team at the MRC and the staff there were just wonderful, all very excited for the event, very helpful, just what a great resource that we have in our community. So wanted to do some recognition there. And then later that day, again with Melissa McDonald, went to Alvarado Park. Is that its actual name or just what I call it? It's the hard thing with parks in Santa Fe is that they have the names that we call them as kids, and then you learn they have real names. And so there's a pollinator garden there, which was really cool. And there's this bee statue that's made out of recycled materials, and there's a bee hotel And so thank you to Keep Santa Fe Beautiful and the Parks team for that work. And please go check out the pollinator garden and the sculpture and the bee hotel. It's really, really fun. Everybody have a wonderful Zozobra. I will absolutely be missing you all. I love Zozobra. I'm very sad to be missing it. Obviously very important for me to miss it this time around. I had a 90s costume all ready to go, although admittedly I don't think I was going to be able to top my 80s costume, so I think we're, maybe I saved myself there. And then I look forward to fiestas with all of you next weekend or in 2 weekends. And then last but not least, my mother, it's her birthday on Monday. Unfortunately, probably not the best birthday for her as she just lost her mother. But I do want to wish her a very happy birthday. She will be coming to visit me after she is done wrapping everything up in California. So Oliver and I will absolutely make sure that she has a wonderful time, and hopefully for those of you who haven't met her, you'll have an opportunity to. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Have a safe trip and a trip back. Counselor Lee Garcia, sir.
Thank you, Mayor, and I think you said one time it's hard to go last, which you will be last, but, reiterating the words of all my co-counselors and colleagues here, kudos to the team that put together last night's event. A lot of work went into that, and I'm really glad to see the conversation from multiple directions, perspectives, and I think that's how you achieve your best outcome. I think I want to say thanks to Councilor Michael Garcia, because at one point we were having the discussion here in these chambers about encampments, and well, let's get a town hall going, and thank you, Mayor, for getting that, really taking those words and running with it. I want to go back to, we had a meeting on Monday with Public Works, and just mention Torres, the custodial supervisor who was recognized at that meeting, as well as Sean Montoya in facilities, and they were praised for the work that they're doing, and they're doing a great job. And so I just wanted to bring that on the record tonight. Going back to a few things that happened on the south side, which was, I want to say City South. Thank you for getting that together, because there was a lot of people there that felt a sense of community. And I think that when you have that, it brings people together. And you may have differences, but at the same time, get together and you talk about them and you hash things out, right? And so the Southside Library as well, Ms. Tucker and everyone involved with that, takes a good leader to put things on. And the Southwest Santa Fe Advocates for their Southside Celebration Community Day. Lastly, I did want to just give a shout out and kudos to my son Luke, who is an engineering student down at New Mexico State. And they spent close to 3 weeks down there rebuilding a bridge, repurposing a bridge for a community that really needed it. And it came out really, really well. And on the record, I'm very proud of him, what they did. So thank you for the opportunity. And happy fiestas, happy Zobra. Let's come together as a community and be one. So thank you.
Thank you, Counselor. Congratulations. That sounds like a sweet project that your son did. All the good stuff, almost all the good stuff's been talked about, but I can proudly say I was at almost every single one of those events. What I like to consider the Keep Santa Fe Beautiful event, because it was all about the bees, to 4 Kids, which was also a pun. That's a pun. Come on, 4 Kids. To the events on the south side, which were a blast. Every single one of them were well attended and heartfelt. The one event that I maybe enjoyed the most last weekend was the Santa Fe Soul Festival, where the African American community hadn't had one since 2019 because of COVID. And at the auditorium, there was a gospel choir, a gospel performance. A band. I got to read a proclamation with a band backing me. which is the best proclamation I think I've ever read, with a backup band. And then one of our African-American opera singers came and sang some absolutely gorgeous gospel music, and the whole auditorium was lifted up. And I think we could all use a little lifting up these days, and a little soul, and a little music and gospel fervor and faith. It was really transformative, and the Spirit was in the room. So thank you to the Soul Festival organizers, Madeline Wright. As you all said about last night's event, things run smoothly. You don't see what's going on to make it happen, but it's all of that volunteer work and the hard effort to make the event look effortless. It takes a lot of work to make it look effortless. Zozobra is going to be great, fun, safe, and we'll then turn the corner to Fiestas, which I'm looking forward to as well, as everybody in the community is. There's ongoing events every weekend in Santa Fe. I was looking at my calendar for this weekend just to check ahead what some of the events will be. There's an end of summer fiesta for big brothers and big sisters at the Harley-Davidson shop Saturday morning. The counselor and I tomorrow night will be taking our act on the road to raise money for the Interfaith Community Shelter, so come and attend. I promise you we'll both look completely foolish for a good cause. Thanks everybody for sharing. What a great testimony to the heart and soul of Santa Fe. All the things that we get to go do that you could not find in any other city. It's very special. Thank you. Madam Clerk, let us move forward. Oh.
Can I just say something about one thing to add is Noel Correa is retiring, and I think they already had a party. So if you could, I just want to acknowledge his work with the parking division director. It's a tough job. People are never happy with you. And, you know, the changes he made with parking, well, there were some that I didn't agree with. We had to do what we had to do. And so I just appreciate the role he played with the city. And, you know, he's probably burnt out. It's a hard job. So I just wanted to acknowledge him because I don't think we'll get a chance to really say goodbye to him. I think this is his last week, plus potentially. So just wanted to see if you could extend our thanks and gratitude for Mr. Correa. Thank you.
Thank you. Good catch. Item 15A, Madam Clerk. Let's move to the introduction of legislation.
Yes, I've been looking forward to reading this caption all night.
Have you been practicing?
Sorry. Some of you know I like to joke. Anyways, 15A is consideration of a bill, number 2022. It's sponsored by Councilor Michael Garcia. It's an ordinance relating to electric bicycles. It's amending section 12-1-6 of the Uniform Traffic Ordinance, also known as UTO, to include electric bicycles in the definition of bicycle, amending section 12-1-40 of the UTO to delineate electric bicycles from motor vehicles, amending section 12-1-88 of the UTO to specify that an electric bicycle is not a vehicle, amending section 12-8-1 of the UTO to prohibit anyone under the age of 16 from riding a class 3 electric bicycle, amending section 12-8-10 of the UTO to regulate and establish a speed limit for electric and manually propelled bicycles on city sidewalks, amending section 12-8-15 of the UTO to remove the prohibition for bicycles to ride on a street adjacent to a sidewalk or path when bicycles are required to use the sidewalk or street, creating a new section 12-8-18 of the UTO to make it an offense to enhance the speed capabilities of an electric bike, and amending section 12-8-23 of the UTO to raise the maximum fine for violations of certain provisions from $25 to $100, and amending SFCC 1987, Section 23-5.1 to amend the definition of bicycle to include electric bicycles and to regulate the use of electric bicycles on city roads.
Councilor Garcia, you have the floor.
You need some water after that. This proposed ordinance changes the efforts of nearly 2 years of work from the Bicycle Pedestrian and Advisory Committee, or as BPAC as we call ourselves. The members of this committee felt that there needed to be some regulations and policies developed, given that e-bikes have become a very popular mode of transportation and they're not going away. And so we wanted to ensure that we began to figure out how the city was going to address this new mode of transportation. Some of these proposals are results to ensure that the city is safe. There's one instance regarding age where, I don't know if folks are aware, there was recently a young woman, I think she was 12 years old, who her and her friend were on an e-bike using it improperly, and she unfortunately lost her life. And we want to ensure that that does not happen here in Santa Fe. So with that, I just want to thank all the members of BPAC, in particular, the Vice Chair, Carl Spencer, the Policy and Law Subcommittee Chair, Yolanda Eisenstein, also our staff liaison, Romela Glorioso Mas, our City Attorney's Office, the legislative team, Lieutenant Tapia, who overlooked this as well. This has been a long effort, but hopefully with the insight of my fellow governing body members, we can figure out how to propose policies and regulations around this new transportation here in Santa Fe. Thank you.
Madam Clerk, item 15B, please.
Yes. Item 15B is consideration of a resolution sponsored by Councilor Chavez, Councilor Lindell, and Councilor Garcia, Lee Garcia, a resolution creating a 6-month pilot program to encourage and incentivize employers to pay for employee parking in City of Santa Fe parking facilities at Sandoval Street, the Santa Fe Community Convention Center, and the Rail Yard.
Councilor Chavez.
I actually want to clarify this is going to be postponed, the introduction of this resolution. We are continuing work with staff, so we will be reintroducing it at a later date.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, item C, please.
Yes, this is consideration of a resolution sponsored by Councilor Rivera. It's a resolution assigning authorized officers and agents for project SAP 21-F2382-STB. It's the Verde de Valencia project.
I believe, Councilor Rivera, that is yours.
Thank you, Mayor. When I was elected in 2012, which 10 years ago, I was approached by a street off Airport Road, Vereda de Valencia, which is still a dirt road and has many very old mobile homes on it, and they had an issue with sewage running down the street at times when there were heavy rainstorms. So this has been a long time coming to. And what the project is to get a sewer line down that street and allow people to tap into that, make their neighborhood a little bit safer. So thank you, Mayor.
Thanks, Councilor. Madam Clerk, D.
Right. This is a resolution sponsored by Councilor Michael Garcia. It's a resolution accepting a local government road fund grant administered by the New Mexico Department of Transportation for the planning, design, construction, pavement rehabilitation, and improvements to Buckman Road, identified as control number L500489.
Councilor Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In 2021, the BPAC prioritized pavement rehabilitation of Buckman Road, and so This area is, as folks have been out there, it's very rural, but this particular road has a lot of bicycle traffic on it, and so that's why the committee felt like this needed to be a priority for safety issues. This project is roughly about 1.3 miles, and it's going to go from Buckman Road and all the way to Camino de las Crucitas. As I mentioned, this road is currently not pedestrian friendly, so hopefully that helps with safety. And this is a road that has access to other major trails such as La Tierra, Chili Line, as well as some of our parks, the Frank Ortiz Park, the Frank Ortiz Dog Park, the Mike Jaramillo Park. And so the committee felt like this was a priority that we needed to ensure that this road got paved, and thanks to staff, Ms. Gloriosa Moss, with her help, we were able to put this proposal in front of the governing body.
Thank you, sir. E, Madam Clerk.
Yes, this is consideration of a resolution sponsored by Mayor Weber, Councilor Cassett, and Councilor Chavez. It's a resolution affirming the partnership of Santa Fe County and the City of Santa Fe to develop strategies and actions to end homelessness.
Councilor Cassett.
Mr. Mayor, so this is a resolution Mayor Weber and I have been working on with Commissioner Hughes, and thank you so much, Councilor Chavez, for signing on, that really looks at a strategy for how the city and the county can be working together to solve the issue of homelessness. I had the honor of speaking to the Board of County Commissioners yesterday as they passed this resolution, and really discussing how this is such a complex issue that requires a multifaceted and coordinated approach. And I am really grateful for the county for being willing to work with us and really finding how we can be addressing this issue that at times seems almost completely intractable. But I was really encouraged to see the team of staff in that last meeting we had. It was a big team. So this will be making its way through the committee. The county has already passed a identical resolution, and I look forward to having this discussion with the rest of the governing body.
Thank you. Madam Clerk, I believe we've done 16. There's no 17. 18 is postponed, which brings us to 19.
Mr. Mayor,
Oh,
on
yes,
item
Counsel.
18, which was my legislation related to the cultural events on the plaza, I was hoping that the city attorney could explain why it's postponed, just to explain the process of why it had to go to the next governing body meeting.
Yeah, Councilor, Mayor Weber, Councilwoman Villarreal, I'll actually explain that. My office is required to notice the title in the newspaper, and because of the change in the title, we didn't meet the deadline for this meeting. So it was basically due to noticing requirements. So the previous title was noticed and would have been on this agenda, but because of the title change, we had to renotice.
So when you say title change, the original sponsors of the legislation, that didn't change. There was an amendment to make adjustments which changed the caption. So doesn't it keep the original, even though we have an amendment alongside it?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Villarreal, the caption can change as long as if it's relatively close to the original intent of the resolution. So if it did change in the committee process, we need to have noticed any possible version that will be adopted. Otherwise, we would have to relay it at that time. And the version that arrives at governing body under our new procedural rules is the most recently adopted amended version.
The most recently amended version. Right. In that particular committee, because there's only one committee that we made that adjustment. There was an amendment that did get approved in that committee, so Yeah, I want to clarify that because people ask me and I'm like, well, it's hard to explain. It's a procedural thing, but, so, okay, thank you.
Can we turn to item 19A then, which is a public hearing?
Yes, 19A is case number 2022-5398. It's 3007 South St. Francis Drive rezoning. Jenkins Gavin, the agent for Vincent's Legacy LLC. Owner requests approval of a rezoning to remove the parcel from the South Central Highway corridor, protecting overlay district in order to allow for the existing density of 35.5 dwellings per acre, which exceeds the allowable density of 21 dwellings per acre in the South Central Highway corridor overlay. This property is zoned SC-1 Neighborhood Shopping Center District and is within South Central Highway corridor overlay district. The parcel is approximately 4.58 acres with the approximately 23-acre shopping center. I do want to note that there is consideration of bill number 2022-19, adoption of an ordinance that is an ordinance amending the official zoning map of the city of Santa Fe to exclude 2 parcels of land lying contiguous with the Santa Fe corporate limits, comprising approximately 4.58 acres more or less located within section 2T-16-NR-9-E, NM, PM, and bordered on the west by South St. Francis Drive from the boundaries of the South Central Highway Corridor, South Central Highway Corridor Overlay District, also known as 3007 South St. Francis Drive rezoning. Again, this is case number 2022-5398.
Thank you. Let me quickly go over the procedure so we haven't done this for a while. It's worth going back over the process we use when we're having these rezoning hearings. So I'll run through it and then we'll go back to the top. Because we are here in a different capacity, we'll ask for anyone in the governing body to disclose any pre-hearing communications regarding the merits of the application and to recuse yourself if you cannot be fair and impartial. We'll then have a staff report by Mr. Alvarado. Applicant, represented by Jennifer Jenkins, can have an opening statement of up to 15 minutes. Public comment will be permitted after that, sworn comment. Governing body, questions of staff, parties, witnesses, and the public. Anyone testifying to facts must be sworn. Then, once we're done with the public hearing piece, we'll close it. We'll go on to a motion and a second, whether to grant or deny the application. Person making the motion should state his or her reasoning, discussion, deliberations, and ultimately a roll call vote. So, anyone need to disclose any pre-hearing communications at this time? Fine, good, thank you.
Mayor?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Could we have the city attorney's office
Explain the situation. Yes.
why we sit in a different capacity for this particular item?
Mayor Weber, councilors, I'm happy to, or if Pat wants to jump up, she's still sitting. Okay. We haven't done this in a while, so thanks. So in this type of a case, the council does sit in its quasi-judicial role, which means you're applying laws to facts that are presented during this hearing. Anything you consider needs to be something from this hearing or the record, which includes any of the submissions in your packet in the record below in front of the Planning Commission. So you can consider any of that information and any information that's solicited through questions during this hearing to make your decision, and you must apply the law to the facts that you're presented. So there are certain factors you must consider, and staff will be describing those this evening. Thank you.
Thank you. So that's a very helpful reminder of what changes when we are in this capacity. Mr. Alvarado, welcome. I think this may be is this your maiden voyage in front of the governing body? Not sure your mic is on.
Oh, no. Okay. Yes, for rezoning, this is my maiden voyage. So I appreciate you welcoming me here. Thank you, Mayor Weber, members of the governing body. I don't think I need to go through the caption again, but as you know, this is case number 2022-5398, public hearing for a rezoning for the Santa Fe Suites, known as the Santa Fe Suites, on behalf of Vincent's Legacy LLC, represented by Jenkins Gavin. And this is actually kind of an odd one because we're retroactively rezoning this property, which has actually been operating as a residential facility for some time because they were granted emergency permission to transfer from a hotel, a long-term hotel, to a emergency transitional housing facility, which I think the applicants will go into. So that does kind of add an extra layer of complexity to this case. But the crux of it is that the applicants are asking to be removed from the South Central Highway Corridor Overlay Protection District, which currently has a 21 dwelling units per acre limit. The Santa Fe Suites is operating currently with 35.5 dwelling units per acre. Therefore, in order to permanently continue operating in that facility, they'll need to be removed from this overlay district so they can revert down to the underlying zoning district, which has which doesn't have a density requirement, which is the SC1 Neighborhood Shopping Center District. The applicants have already been approved for a development plan amendment, which amended the entire development plan for the shopping center to allow for this different use. That was approved by the Planning Commission. So as you know, you're now moving forward to approve the rezoning, which was recommended for approval by the Planning Commission. I will just go quickly through this. I will note that the conditions of approval that we put on the applicants during the Planning Commission phase have been met or rendered moot through communication. The one thing I want to note that I believe is not in the version of the staff report you have, but it is reflected in the finding of facts that the Planning Commission produced, was a condition of approval that the Planning Commission added at the Planning Commission meeting, which essentially means that they wanted to keep a lot of the dimensional standards in place that the Highway Corridor Protection District would entail. So they added a condition that says that they need to add a note to the development plan saying that all of those dimensional standards remain in place except for that density regulation. So because they can't do, you can't do these conditions on a rezoning, they put the condition on the development plan. It's a little bit odd, but it works to basically maintain the dimensional standards for that overlay district. I think that's all I'm going to talk about. I think the applicants were going to go through the entire story of this property, so I'll stand for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll hold off to the questions for later on, sir, but Ms. Jenkins, if you want to step up, be sworn, and make a presentation on behalf of the applicant.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening, Mayor, Councilors. I'm Jennifer Jenkins with Jenkins Gavin, here this evening on behalf of Vincent's Legacy and Santa Fe Suites. I am also joined by Dave Foster, who is here in town for this event from New York. He is the Director of Real Estate Development for Community Solutions, with whom the City of Santa Fe partnered for the acquisition and repurposing of the Santa Fe Suites for long-term, permanent, affordable housing for our community. So I'm going to invite Dave up to come up, and we can both get sworn in, and then he just has a few words of introduction.
Please step up, sir, and welcome.
For the record, my name is David Foster. I lead the real estate development for the National Nonprofit Community Solutions, which is the sponsor of the project here that we'll talk about briefly. Mr. Mayor, distinguished members of the governing body, it is a real pleasure to be here and to be here at this time. To come in just following what an amazing town hall, taking head on this most challenging issue, and it's the issue of homelessness, an issue that we are working across the country day and night to try to address. I congratulate you on your leadership, on the efforts that you're making to try to address this issue, including your wonderful support of the Santa Fe Suites project. I'll be brief tonight. I know we're late into the evening, and just again begin by a thank you for your support and hopefully for your support of this of the legislation that's in front of you here tonight. The Santa Fe Suites project, as was mentioned, came about in some of the very darkest days of COVID. It came about through some tremendously difficult challenges, lawsuit at the last minute, challenges in getting folks moved in, piecing together the necessary resources to make this happen. And through great partnership with so many in the community, so many at the city, at the state, we were able to make it happen. And the results have been great up to this point. We have 121 units at the facility, all of them filled, the waiting list longer than I'd care to say, reflecting the depth of this challenge that as it goes even beyond this project. But to say that the vast majority of folks who are in this property today are individuals who otherwise would be homeless, would be sleeping in an arroyo, would be on the street. And again, this is just one small piece of the broader effort that's required. But thank you again for that and the impact that the project has had. You may be saying, why are we here tonight in approving this when we've got folks moved in already and we're doing what we need to be doing at the property? And that leads to the last point I'd like to make, and then I'll allow Ms. Jenkins to carry on with the presentation here. And that is that what's happening at Santa Fe Suites today is good, it's great, it's inspirational, but it's not good enough. The quality of the property, the money that we want to invest in this property to make it all of what it can be, a world-class symbol of how projects like this should run and operate. We're not there yet. This legislation allows us to get the formal designation as a multifamily housing property, which will allow us to go to HUD and secure the long-term debt financing that we need to bring those resources into the facility to continue those upgrades. And so, again, while I'm very, very proud of the work that has been done, what we have accomplished, the lives that we have changed, there is still more to come. And this approval tonight is a huge and, in fact, necessary step to getting us there. So, again, I thank you in advance for your support of this, and I congratulate you on your leadership on this very, very difficult issue. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Ms. Jenkins?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I'm going to be fairly brief, but I'm just going to cover the high points. And so as you mentioned, it was December of 2020, and the City of Santa Fe had some CARES Act funding that needed to be deployed by the end of the year. And this was the opportunity where the city decided to deploy $2 million of CARES Act funds to make this project a reality. That was part of the emergency situation and the need to get people housed as quickly as possible. And as Community Solutions was pursuing their HUD financing, they reached out to me to say, hey, we need a zoning verification letter. It's a standard thing that banks like. You reach out to land use. I called Daniel. I'm like, Daniel, type me up the zoning verification letter. Tell me what the zoning is. And so we went through this whole thing and then discovered that, yeah, there is a process that we need to go through here. So we did an analysis of the property is zoned shopping center because it's in a shopping center and within the South Central Highway Corridor overlay. And multifamily is a permissible use in the shopping center zone. No issues there. There's no maximum density in the shopping center zone, so no issues there. The one issue that we discovered is with respect to the South Central Highway Corridor, the maximum density of the 21 dwelling units per acre, we were exceeding that. We're not adding any units. These units already exist. They existed as hotel units, and then they were converted to residential units, actually a few less residential units in order to convert some of the spaces for the wraparound services in this community. So in working with staff, we're like, well, how do we deal with this fact that we have existing units? We don't want to demolish any units and evict our residents. So what's the solution here? And unfortunately, the city code does not allow a variance for density. Because that was, well, why can't we just get a variance? Because, you know, the unit's already there. Well, it's specifically prohibited. And you can get a variance for setbacks, you can get a variance for height, you can get a variance for all kinds of stuff. But you can't get a variance for density. So the only real viable solution for this was to remove this subject parcels. It's about 4.5 acres, but there's 2 separate tracts of land from the South Central Highway corridor. So, and also, as Daniel mentioned, in July, the Planning Commission did approve an amendment to the development plan for the shopping center that just documents the change of use, and they also recommended approval of the rezone request. So as you can see here, the property is kind of on the south side of the shopping center. So this is right at the southeast corner of Z and St. Francis, you know, where the Albertsons is. I think everybody's familiar with where this is. And you can see just on the south side, the arroyo is going through there, which really there's a lot of mature vegetation. It's actually quite lovely back there. And so this is the subject property that we are proposing to be excluded from the corridor. So you can see the pink is the shopping center zoning district, and surrounded, you know, the pretty diverse area here. There's residential zoning, there's higher density residential zoning, there's commercial zoning. It's a pretty diverse little part of town. And so there's the highway corridor going down St. Francis Drive. And then zooming in, you can see the 8 buildings there. Again, we're not looking to add any gross floor area, add any new improvements, except for just doing some upgrades to the site and the units themselves. And there's the development plan that was originally approved for the shopping center that we amended. And so I'm just going to jump to this. So here's the good news. We actually do comply with a vast majority of the South Central Highway Corridor design standards, where we comply with the maximum height of 25 feet. There's a minimum 50-foot setback from St. Francis Drive. We're actually 120 feet setback from St. Francis Drive. There's a 50% open space requirement. We have exactly 50% open space. So these are the standards, as Daniel mentioned, that a condition of approval was added by the Planning Commission, that on our development plan, it states that we must comply, even if we're outside the corridor, this property will be subject to these standards: the maximum height, the open space, and the setback. The only element that is at issue is the density. So under the South Central Highway Corridor, it's a maximum of 21 dwellings per acre. As you may recall, there's a 15% density bonus for affordable housing in the city. So that would translate to a little over 24 units per acre. We have currently 123 units, and so that works out to about 35 and a half per acre. So again, this just goes into, you know, we are fully compliant with the height, the setbacks, and the open space, and this will be memorialized on the development plan. The development plan is a recorded document that is it's filed here with the city. It is recorded with the county, and that development plan, as an entitlement, has to be submitted to the city along with any building permit applications. So it really is a protection that is memorialized. So if something happened, and God forbid, you know, there was a fire and some buildings had to be replaced or something of that nature, we couldn't exceed the 25 feet. We would have to ensure we're preserving the open space. We couldn't encroach into that setback, because that development plan is an entitlement that runs with the land. So even if the property was sold, it would still be applicable. So that's just a very, very important point. And as Dave mentioned, what really brought all of this to the fore was the pursuit of permanent HUD financing, obviously very favorable terms for a 100% affordable housing community, and which will generate funding for capital improvements. And also, Santa Fe East was awarded over $900,000 of grant from the city's Affordable Housing Trust Fund. So they are really committed to investing in this property to make site improvements, to improve the units and the built facilities themselves. So as Dave said, so this really is a very high-quality residential community. And that completes my presentation. I'd be happy to stand for any questions.
Thank you. We have an opportunity now for sworn public comment. That includes people who might be on Zoom, Madam Clerk. So if anybody is in the room who wishes to be sworn and testify, and the clerk will also check the Zoom to see if others are there. But yes, sir, you wish to speak?
My name is Edward Archuleta. I do. Thank you. Mayor Weber, City Councilors, again, my name is Edward Archuleta. I know most of you, and you know me probably as the Executive Director of St. Elizabeth Shelters and Supportive Housing. We are the management company who does the supportive services for the suites. We have 2 program managers. We have a licensed therapist. We have a case manager. We're in the process now of hiring a substance abuse counselor and a peer support worker. Since we opened, we have housed over 90 formerly homeless people who, as was mentioned, would be on the streets if it wasn't for the suites. And we've got about 30 folks of low and moderate income living there. All I want to say, I want to keep this brief. I want to thank you all for everything you've done for us, for the homeless community in Santa Fe, and we just hope we can continue working with you on this project. And obviously, we're in support of this rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Madam Clerk, I don't see anyone else in the room. Is there somebody in the Zoom?
Mayor, we do have one person in Zoom. I don't know if their hand is still up from earlier. It was Marisa Roybal, so I'm just going to double check. I think she's actually logged off. Marisa, are you?
Hello.
Yes.
I didn't wait. Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't have, I think I just never lowered my hand.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
We just didn't want to leave
Yes,
you out
thank
if
you.
you wanted to speak to this.
No. Thank you. I appreciate that.
Very good, thank you. Anyone else who wishes to speak from the public on this item? If not, I will turn to the governing body for questions of either our staff or the applicant or any the member of the public who did speak could also be questioned on this item. I'm looking for Councilor Cassett to raise her hand.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I just have a question about, this is probably for staff, but just a better understanding of how this project was able to move forward previously without a rezone. You know, in this instance, I'm feeling okay about it, but never know what's going to happen in the future. So I really just want to understand that, and if there, you know, making sure there hasn't been a precedent set for other projects moving forward. So if I could get some information there, I would greatly appreciate it.
Yes, Mayor Weber, Councilor Cassett. My understanding is it was allowed to move forward as part of the emergency powers granted during COVID to, I assume, the mayor, but I wasn't part of that process, and I wasn't even in the city at the time. So actually, maybe the, okay, sorry.
I think the city attorney has or the city attorney's office has a very cogent explanation.
You did great, though. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Cassett, council members, yeah, there is a provision in the city code that residential suite hotels or motels if they are used by a nonprofit organization that provides human services, lodging for the organization's clients, may be provided on a transient or more than 30-day basis. And so it was under that. So essentially, it's still operating per our rules as a residential suite or motel that is operated in this capacity.
Thank you. And does this only stand as long as an emergency order is in effect, or?
Mayor, councilors, there's no relationship with an emergency order.
Thank you. I appreciate that. That was my only question.
Can I take a shot and see if I get my law degree this evening? If I understand correctly, it meets the zoning requirement. It has always met the zoning requirement. The issue that's being brought to us by Community Solutions is, in order to get favorable HUD consideration for a financing, a zone change will be advantageous. If they didn't want the, if the operator owner didn't seek that, we could continue with the current zoning. This is largely an advantageous funding opportunity that would lead to an upgrade of the facility.
Mr. Mayor, council members, that is my understanding. Right now, it is operating essentially as a commercial residential suite hotel, which would only be able to get commercial funding. In order to get residential funding, it has to meet the residential code, which has a density cap in this instance.
Thank you. Anybody else? Any other fingers up? Hands? Councilor Lee Garcia, you were the fastest on the draw.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor. Is there any other examples of other properties that we've had to do this in the South Central Highway Corridor to increase density? Obviously, this is the first instance, I think, that we've heard for this purpose, but are there other properties who would potentially come forward and say, hey, you did this here, we want you to do this on another piece of property?
Thank you, Mayor, Councilor Garcia, and councilors. I am not personally aware of any density, issues. There's a lot of multifamily in the corridor, and those are existing projects, and so there could be some projects that were built. I think probably like the Enclave, which is now part of Vizcaya. I believe that was built prior to the corridor, or maybe around the same time that the corridor was adopted. But I'm not personally aware. The Zia Station property that is across the street on the other side of Zia, that was removed from the corridor, but not because of density, because it actually complied with the density. It was other reasons around some of the design standards, but density was not one of them.
Thank you.
Councilor Mayor-Worth.
Just curious, when did you go to seek funding that caused this to come up? I mean, was it beginning of the year, 2 years ago, 6 months ago, yesterday?
Thank you, Councilor. So when we attempted to close on the property during the initial acquisition of it, so this is going back to 2020, we came headlong into this challenge, and the HUD financing is one part of it, but it's really no bank will lend on it as a residential facility, and so we've had to kind of scotch tape together different temporary funding sources to get us to this point, and really any bank loan, whether it's a HUD loan or otherwise, would require us to do this. So it's an issue we've been wrestling with for the last 2 years on an ongoing basis.
And no ENN was required in this process, or was there? You did. Can you tell me a little? I was looking through the packet and it didn't jump out at me. When was that, and who attended?
Somebody's going to tell me the date of that. I don't remember off the top of my head. Is it right there? Do you have it handy? Yes. We had about, March 31st, we conducted an early neighborhood notification meeting, absolutely. So the development plan amendment as well as the rezone required that, and that was held virtually. And we had, there were probably about 30 attendees, 34 attendees. Thank you. I'm looking right now. Thank you, Daniel. 34 attendees. So we had, obviously, our team, and we had some case managers from the facility and the management from the facility itself there to ask questions. And then we had people from the neighborhood. And actually, the meeting was great. I mean, there were, they had questions and they had concerns, and I think that there was a lot of misconception about what Santa Fe Suites was, and that this was not a homeless shelter. This was permanent supportive housing. And about half the residents are just our local workforce who don't actually require supportive services. And then, you know, the other half of the residents require those supportive wraparound services. So it really was like an educational opportunity. And so there were concerns, there had been some encampment activity in the Arroyo there, and I think that is still somewhat ongoing. But those aren't our residents, that are doing that. But so there was it was actually a really good dialogue. And at the end of the meeting, there was a lot of support for the project.
Yeah, thank you. And I see that now on page 12 of this memo. So just going back, sorry, I'm hopping around a little bit here. Going back to when we discovered we would need to go through this process was after the governing body approved the money for this?
Yes.
Okay. And the reason I ask is, one, this is in District 2. At the time, there was a lot of neighborhood concern and I think neighborhood confusion about what we were building, what it was going to do. And at the time, I was told, and I was looking back through emails to kind of isolate this, that there was no need for an ENN, there was no land use issue, there was no rezoning, therefore this was just a private transaction, and, because my constituents, our constituents, were asking why is there no process for this Santa Fe Suites project, and also I think trying to understand what it was. So just wanted to have a better sense of when we knew what, and how this came about. And again, I think, in terms of precedent and future, how we operate, I just want to make sure we're getting the best information out.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Romero-Worth, I also just wanted to add that at the time, if you cast your brains back to where we were in October of 2020 when we were told we had to have all of this money spent by December 30th. So and that goes to, there was definitely, we were moving things because of the emergency in terms of our process for sure, but at the time also we knew, like you wouldn't in a perfect world design this transaction this way, but we knew that we could get short-term financing to get the property closed, that we could bridge that gap initially. We knew we had the CARES Act funds that had to get out the door. So we made that choice. We weighed that benefit to just get the property in use, get people off the streets, keep people from dying. And so it was a little bit of both. We would have planned differently had we had months to do it.
Right. Yeah, and you understand my concern from where I'm sitting is just that we're not doing something on the down low and then later being like, oh, yeah, oops, that we're.
And Mr. Mayor, Councilor Romero-Worth, at the time, because of that provision in the code that Pat read, that it was completely allowable to immediately put the property to use. So we did not, that wasn't, oh, yeah, we'll deal with this later. At that moment in time, we were following the rules.
Yeah. And I think that's helpful, and just wanted to better understand that, because I do think I did find emails where, I said, and I believe I wouldn't have said this unless somebody told me this to be true, that, an ENN was not required, and, there was no rezoning required, and there wasn't any land use process that had to be pursued at that time. And so, and that's, to what you're saying, is true because you had another track. But now that you're trying to do something slightly different, you've had to go back and do this other thing. So I get that. I just wanted to kind of clarify how it came about and how it's evolving.
Thank you. Others? Councilor Michael Garcia.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. One couple quick questions. Said in the memo, there's 131 parking spaces, but there's 154 required. Am I understanding that correctly?
Thank you, Mayor, Councilor Garcia, and councilors. So as part of the development plan amendment, we did a parking demand study. We had our transportation planning consultant, because the parking requirement for a hotel is a little bit less than it is for multifamily. But we had the existing supply of parking that we had. And so as part of the development plan amendment, the Planning Commission approved a parking reduction, and that was based on a lot of factors. There's great access to transit. We have, we have the trail system. We have the rail runner train across the street. We have Santa Fe Trails bus stop right on Zia. So great access to transit. And the property had already been operating successfully with the amount of parking we had on site with no issues. And so, and also with low-income housing, there tends to be a lower percentage of automobile ownership. There was a lot of factors that played in that it seemed that the amount of parking supply that is on the site is more than adequate.
Okay. And what happens in the instance that you do need to have that demand of parking spaces? But is there a plan to develop the additional
The nice
23
thing about
spots?
a shopping center is that it's kind of empty at night. We have medical office across the street, so if, so there's plenty of kind of overflow, like if there was something going on in the evening, we're in a sea of parking over there in terms of kind of overflow opportunities. But with respect to the 50% open space requirement in the South Central Highway Corridor that we are agreeing to forever, there's probably a few little site improvements that could be made to increase efficiencies, and you could probably find a handful of spaces, you could add. But we're really not anticipating, any issues in the long term.
In regards to overflow, that poses a question for me. Has there been conversations with the businesses there and the medical practices there to use their parking spaces as overflow?
Not in a formal way, but this is a shopping center. So there's a lot of, there's sort of this overall sort of cross-use easement shared parking plan. It's kind of like the Santa Fe Place Mall, for example. There's all these separate parcels and separate users, but the parking is kind of a shared facility. And so, which kind of governs that's how shopping centers typically operate, is that, you have parking that's proximate to a particular business, which typically is used, but the parking is a shared facility.
Okay. I think maybe a heads up to the surrounding businesses that they're parking.
And Santa Fe Suites is in regular communication with their neighbors.
Okay. It was mentioned that there's not going to be any additional building being done, any construction, just upgrades. Can you clarify what the upgrades are going to be?
So, site improvements, and there's some work in the parking lot that needs to be done, some landscaping improvements, some of the, just improvements to outdoor areas, and improvements to the public spaces and the units themselves. So it's really pretty comprehensive, and not all of it's happening. We're also doing some work on some drainage facility improvements out there. So some deficiencies and maintenance issues were identified. And so there's a myriad of things, but it really is hitting all those areas.
Okay. And my last question revolves around, a couple of my colleagues touched on it, which was setting precedent. And so I took a quick look at the map in regards to what other properties might fall into this category. And from my understanding, it's because this is a hotel space moving to full-time residential. What would fall into that category? And it looks like there's 2 hotels in the South Central Corridor, the Residence Inn Marriott. Let me see what
the Residence Inn Marriott actually has already been, has a special use permit for a hotel, for a residential conversion. That was already approved a few years ago. And that has just been on hold until the Residence Inn found a new location in Santa Fe, which has been identified. I'm actually working on that project that I'll be bringing to the Planning Commission. And so that residential conversion is forthcoming. So that's already.
So they've already been. They will not need
They do not need to be pulled out of the corridor. And I could go into those details. Actually, was just reading about it today, interestingly, but I don't know if they are
Another
still
day,
within the highway
different time,
corridor.
different case, so. I
Yeah,
appreciate
they are permitted for the residential conversion, and it was a little bit of a unique situation with that property.
Okay, I appreciate that. And the other property that immediately jumped out to me was the Pecos Trail Inn. Don't
Yeah.
know what the future holds for that, but
I'd love to get my hands on that.
that could be potential precedent.
Redevelop that, something fabulous.
Well, I think, again, that we're talking precedent here.
Sure, of course.
So Pecos Trail Inn could come before us, and I think that was some of the concerns brought forth by my colleagues was,
Yeah.
are we then now allowing the door open for Pecos Trail Inn to say, look, we did this here, we're going to do it here, so I don't see any other hotels that popped up on me, but there is that potential for precedent. It looks like, given the Pecos Trail Inn is in the corridor. With that, no other questions, Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Councilor. Councilor Rivera, you have two fingers up.
Thank you. I have two questions. Ms. Jenkins, in past land use cases, when there were ENNs, we typically had a sign-in sheet of who, and I know this was on Zoom, but so a list of attendees at least, and then comments that were made so we could see what some of the concerns were. I don't see that in this packet.
So we submitted in our application kind of just some kind of meeting notes, and we didn't have a list of the individual people that were there, but we did have a count, and we're able to characterize, we had neighbors, we had, some of our local partners who could answer questions about the programming for the facility, but we didn't have the traditional, as you point out, the sign-in sheet with the virtual.
Yeah, so future land cases that come up, I know you're in front of us quite a bit, so will you make sure to include those?
Sure.
And then I think for staff, in past land use cases as well, we've had the minutes from the Planning Commission specifically to this case that we were able to reference some of the questions and concerns they had and make sure, like if they had questions about parking, just to make sure that they were addressed sufficiently. And the city attorney looked at me kind of weird when I brought that up, but is that okay? It's been in previous.
Agreed.
Yeah, so if we can include that as well in future documents, that would be great.
Mr. Mayor, Councilor Rivera, of course, yeah, we will accommodate that request. And as in regards to the EN documentation, I don't think there's a code requirement that we provide a list per se of people coming. And I've only ever done the virtual EN, so don't know what happened in the before times. But we can. I think that's a good recommendation.
Mayor?
Yeah.
Sorry, is there something for me? I have a question.
Oh,
When you're done.
Go ahead.
Just to be clear, the South Central Corridor District does not extend to Old Pecos Trail, correct? Yes, it does. Mr. Mayor, Councilor Merworth, I believe, yes, it does, to a certain extent. I'd have to look at the map just to really think about the exact boundaries, do you know?
So the South Central Highway Corridor is St. Francis, east down St. Mike's, in front of the hospital. You get down Old Pecos Trail, then you go back down. So it's like that big loop. So I-25, back St. Francis, St. Mike's to Old Pecos Trail. So it's that whole area right there. It doesn't go, it does not extend north of St. Michael's.
Okay,
It's only south of St. Michael's along St. Francis and Old Pecos Trail.
got it, thank you.
Thank you. Other questions from the governing body? Any other questions from the governing body? If there are no other questions, I will then close the public hearing. If anyone were to come up with a subsequent question, we'd have to reopen it, so just be aware of that. And I will now entertain a motion and on the item in front of us, whether to grant or deny the application.
Move to approve.
There's a motion and there's a second. Is there any, it says in my notes that it's always helpful if we have some comments about the reasoning or the basis for this approval. Some of it is in the staff report. Anybody wish to comment on it? No? Are there?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
Just curious, so the motion and seconds to approve with conditions and technical corrections? Is that right?
I assume that it's as specified in our, with the conditions as stipulated and the corrections.
Thank you.
Other comments, questions? Councilor Rivera.
Madam City Attorney, do we have to accept the findings of fact and conclusions of law that the Planning Commission set out as our own? Or if we don't, are we going to have to come back in a month or our next meeting to adopt those?
Mayor Weber, Councilor Rivera, I think we intend to bring you findings of fact and conclusion of law. They usually go in the consent agenda. Yes, usually at the following meeting, if we're able to get them prepared by then. If there's anything in the findings of fact and conclusion of law from Planning Commission that you do not agree with and want to flag, that would be helpful for us in our preparations. That's the type of thing I think the mayor is suggesting that would be the type of thing we need to know now so we can make sure that the version we present for your approval reflects the basis for your decision.
Thank you.
Any other comments, questions? I think the staff report does a good job laying out the reasoning for the approval and also the reasoning behind the application and how it benefits the community, benefits the city, and will, having had conversations early in the evening about our efforts to address homelessness, how this really does speak directly to that agenda that we're all moving forward on collaboratively. So this is quite appropriate for what we've been doing over the last few years and months and days to say this is a priority. Any other comments or questions? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Councilor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell,
Yes.
Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Merrill,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Chavez,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Dave, thank you for coming all the way out. And I think there's somebody named Roseanne Haggerty you're familiar with. If you would send her our regards. We recently had your CFO visiting here in Santa Fe. We're beginning to feel like we're a very well-favored city from Community Solutions and hoping that there will be additional visits in the future. We appreciate you coming out. Thanks. Madam Clerk, we have some appointments to make.
We do, Mayor. Item 28 is appointments to our Veterans Advisory Board. We have Richard Christensen Jr. with a reappointment, term expiring in May of 2024. Kenneth Dettelbach with a reappointment, term ending in May of 2024. And Dorothy Seaton with a reappointment, term expiring in May of 2024.
Move to approve.
There's a motion to approve, and there's a second. Is there discussion of these appointments to the Veterans Advisory Board? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Yes. Councilor Michael Garcia,
Yes.
Councilor Lindell, Councilor Rivera,
Yes.
Councilor Merrill,
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal,
Yes.
Councilor Cassett,
Yes.
Councilor Chavez,
Yes.
Councilor Lee Garcia,
Yes.
Mayor Weber.
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
And could you take us to item 20B, please?
Yes, these are appointments for our Santa Fe Civic Housing Authority. We have Allison Fabara with an appointment term ending in March of 2024. John Wheeler with a reappointment term expiring in March of 2023. Lynn Canning, she's a reappointment with a term ending in March of 2025. Teresa Abeta with a reappointment term ending in March of 2026. And Michael Gonzalez with a reappointment term expiring in March of 2027.
Is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
There's a motion and there's a second. I think the second came from Councilor Romero Worth.
I have a question.
Yes, Councilwoman Villarreal.
Thank you, Mayor. I had asked staff to clarify some things. I never got a response to this. So if someone could just tell me how the Civic Housing Authority, how the structure works and why we are part of the or appointments of these members. And then there was a missing resume for Teresa Abeta. So I have asked to make sure that our packet material is complete when we have appointments, and so I was wondering if somebody could just explain the relationship we have about the Civic Housing Authority and the appointments and how often they're appointed or reappointed.
We don't have our Civic Housing Authority executive director with us.
I don't know if we need him. I just want to understand the connection to the city, why we are, the relationship with them. And
Does the clerk have this information? I don't have this information with me. Did you already pose it to someone else?
Yes, I asked staff about it. So.
Do the staff know who they are who are going to answer?
There's two staff there. I asked on Monday, and I was just wanting clarity on how it works, just so we know, instead of just approving an appointment. Most of these actually have descriptions, like the Veterans Advisory Board says what their goal is. The Arts Commission gave a little description, and we didn't have any description about this appointment or these appointments.
Sorry, Mayor Weber, Councilwoman Villarreal, I can quickly pull up information that I have on file on my laptop, but our appointments are identified through Resolution 1989-61 for the Santa Fe Civic Housing. It was also, so there are 5 members appointed by the mayor, and the appointees serve in terms of 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 years. And then 5-year appointments as well. So I can get you additional information if you would like. This is just what I have at quick glance for that, and I apologize. We missed your inquiry in my office.
Yeah, I just want to, if you could send me information, maybe the resolution. I was trying to understand why we appoint those members, even though it's a separate entity, although they used to be part of us. So yeah. I'm just trying to understand that for future reference. And then the term, I think maybe if you send me the resolution, it would be more understandable. And then I don't have any information on Teresa Abeta. I don't know if anyone else received that. They were all reappointments. I just think all appointments or reappointments should have a resume at least.
Okay, we'll get that resume for you. I think Ed was going to provide them and maybe didn't get it done. We talked about it with him earlier, late last week, and we'll get you the resume that's missing. And I think it's a very good and very timely question to get an update on the Housing Authority. I have had several meetings with Executive Director, taken a tour of their properties. As we talk about, again, if one of the themes for tonight is having to do with affordable housing and homelessness, they are a key player in our ability to address all of that. They're one of the largest landlords in this community, and Ed does an amazing job of addressing the issue with the resources available. But maybe we could organize a presentation if we're really, as we address our entire housing agenda, they are a key player. I think it's a good question.
Yeah, I think they do great work. We know that they're important. In fact, I just put it together. We don't run the senior centers. They do, and we provide the meals for 4 of our 5. So that was a key point. Yeah, I just want to understand that connection and how it became an entity that we...
We have appointment authority, but not operational. Any other questions? Madam Clerk, can you call the roll?
Councilor Lindell? Yes. Councilor Rivera?
Yes.
Councilor Romero-Worth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal?
Yes.
Counselor Cassett?
Yes.
Counselor Chavez?
Yes.
Counselor Lee Garcia?
Yes.
Counselor Michael Garcia?
Yes.
Mayor Weber?
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. And now there's item 20C, which has appointments to the Arts Commission, and I think there's a notation that you were going to bring up, Madam Clerk.
Yes, we also will be appointing 2 alternate members at the September 14th meeting. We will be appointing Winoka Yapa and Robin Robinson as alternates at the next meeting.
A motion?
Well, hold on, Mayor, sorry.
Oh,
But
you gotta
this
read their
evening-
names.
Yes, I would just like to note that we're appointing Carl Duncan as an appointment, term expiring in October of 2024. Heidi McKinnon for an appointment, term expiring in October of 2024, and Andrew Lovato to an appointment, term expiring in October of 2023.
Is there a second? Yeah, thank you. Councilor Rivera.
I don't think staff is here, but the memo says that the Arts Commission is to fill 2 vacancies, yet we have 3 people being named. I don't know if you know anything or why that is happening.
Councilor Rivera, Mayor Weber, Councilor Rivera, I do not, Pauline submitted the memo after our deadline, so I apologize. I did a review on a different memo, but I'm happy to look into that. I believe we had a term expiring. I'm trying to pull the old memo.
If you can just pose my question to her and she can respond to me.
Do we have a reappointment going through when we're looking at the?
No, these
Oh, no, I apologize.
These are new. But it's interesting, you're right, Counselor, the memo as written says 2 vacancies, but when we went through the list, they had proposed this configuration of 3 plus 2 alternates. That was what came forward from the staff at the Arts Commission. So I don't know if the memo is inaccurate in saying 2, but every step of the way, what we've gotten from staff has been 3 appointments and 2 alternates. Madam Clerk, is there any clarification?
No, Mayor, I apologize. I'm looking through the previous memos, but our office is not working on these right now, so give me one moment.
Mayor?
Yes, sir.
Is it critical that we appoint them tonight? Can this wait till the first meeting in September?
We could absolutely wait, or we can pull up what the older, whether it's a typo, and find out very quickly if it's a typo. But I know we have informed them that we wanted to move forward on this. The staff at Arts Commission was eager to get it done, and we wanted to comply with their request. But if there's a confusion about Arts Commission appointments that is included in the memo, we ought to clarify that, unless the clerk has an earlier version that takes care of the problem.
Mayor, I apologize. I'm looking through other versions of the memo, but it was my understanding that one of the terms was expiring, actually 2 of them, in October of 2022, but I'm not sure if that's why there was 2 appointments for that term and then 1 for the term expiring in 2023. And I did not work with Ms. Kamiyama on this, so I need additional information. I need to reach out to the individual that was working on this.
Interesting. Let's see. Yeah, the memo, revised memo as of August 26th is as stated for 2 positions. I'm looking also for the earlier one to see if something changed or if it just did not make the slip or did not make the memo.
Well, Mayor, I did find a note. Commissioner Jennifer Valea rendered her resignation due to time constraints, and so the Art Committee respectfully recommended that 3 vacancies be appointed. I apologize. There was probably 7 memos for this, and this was one that was a few days ago, and I think that was, that information was omitted on one of them. But that is a note that I found on a different
I'm looking at an email dated the 10th of August from Director Kamiyama saying there are 3 vacancies currently on the commission and highlighted in yellow. So I figure that's the correct number, Counselor.
It is. I do just want to say that there is a note in a different memo that she submitted that did say that we originally were requesting to fill 2 vacancies. However, because of this process, please note that Commissioner Jennifer Ella, rendered her resignation, so they would be requesting the appointment of an additional member. I do apologize that was left out of this memo.
Good enough, Counselor? Okay, any other comments about this? Thanks for the catch. It's good to get it right. If there are no other comments and there's a motion, could we please call the roll?
Yes, Councilor Rivera? Yes. Councilor O'Meara-Worth?
Yes.
Councilwoman Villarreal?
Yes.
Councilor Cassett? Yes. Councilor Chavez? Councilor Lee Garcia?
Yes.
Councilor Michael Garcia?
Yes.
Councilor Lindell? Mayor Weber?
Yes.
Motion has been approved.
Thank you. Thanks, everybody. It is 11 o'clock. Our work for the evening is completed. Thank you, everybody, for your